comes back. And one of those players is Sauce Gardner. If the Jets end up prioritizing, if Woody Johnson specifically ends up prioritizing a soon-to-be 42-year-old quarterback over a 24-year-old wide receiver, rather Garrett Wilson, not Sauce Gardner, with game-breaking potential, I couldn't be further against that idea. It'd be the most Jets thing ever, and if you read the article in The Athletic a couple weeks ago, none of that would surprise you.
Yeah, I mean, but for the Jets, left is right. Up is down. So it wouldn't shock me based on how they are.
He's been a little disappointing, though, no? Garrett Wilson?
Yeah, I would still prioritize my 24-year-old receiver over a quarterback who has been an absolute failure of the return on investment that they put in for him. But
on Netflix
that's just
too.
me. Yeah, I haven't watched the Enigma thing. Maybe I'll get to that at some point when I actually care. How far can Jaden Daniels' poise take the Commanders in the playoffs? We discuss next here on Unsportsmanlike, ESPN Radio, and ESPN2.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text STAY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text STAY to 42424. That's STAY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. And Doug, on your right is Michael Wellington, filling in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, Willie.
Gentlemen, you've been prospering since I've been away. This brand new state-of-the-art studio.
What do you think?
I feel like you finally made it to the varsity.
Yeah, it's exciting. After 20 years, that's usually the industry standard. You do low-powered AM, then you get called up to HD2. And then,
just a two-decade dues situation.
But if you look at the trajectory for most broadcasters, it's 2 decades.
Right.
Michael Wellington, you know many people on TMA, longtime listeners, are familiar with your work. They might even date back to the award-winning Nick and the Badger on 1380.
Proud of that.
ESPN. But for those not familiar with you from the 101 ESPN audience, tell these people what you're all about. Tell them your game. Tell them your story. You're a golf aficionado, dug caddy to the stars.
Yes, I've heard that.
That could be a stretch. But, yeah, obviously St. Louis guy, born and raised. Had a cup of coffee at St. Louis U High, then ended up at DeSmet.
That's the requirement to be on this show.
Yeah,
what happened at St. Louis U High?
They didn't really like my activity over
for
there,
heaven's
Doug.
sakes.
So I went to the other Jesuit school over there in West County, the DeSmet Jesuit High, and finished there, and then went to Spring Hill College, another fine Jesuit institution in Mobile, Alabama.
All Jesuit all the time on this show, Doug.
Yeah. Then just kind of mixed it up around the professional golf circles and wound up as a caddy. And now I'm caddying on the Champions Tour, and be my 3rd season out there, starting in a couple weeks. And Tim was desperate to fill Martin's shoes today, so he called me and said, would you mind coming in? And I thought, well, considering my car is getting serviced right now at Munganast.
Oh, the
where else
7
would you
o'clock
go?
hour sponsor, Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. How do you do?
I figured this would be a good time to come on in and just kind of sing the praises. And let me say this. I did not get my car at Munganast, but I've been getting my car serviced at Munganast for
Ryan
now.
Sauerberg in the service department, just glorious.
He's tremendous. And, in fact, he's doing he knows my specific work that'll be done this morning. And, they've been just tremendous. I mean, when you go over there, you're going to have a potpourri of choices, whether you want Coca-Cola, bottled water, muffins,
they got
candy
snacks
bars.
over there.
Yeah. It's just unbelievable. They treat you so well. They get you in and out quickly. And so, obviously, I wanted to bring them up here in the 7 o'clock hour.
How about that, Doug? This guy's supporting the sponsors and doing the show.
That's all nice, but I want to know what activities you did at St. Louis U High that caused you to have to leave.
Well, there was a handful of activities that they didn't enjoy.
They didn't enjoy them at all.
I enjoy that.
Well, I can recall I played on the freshman basketball team for Gary Kornfeld, one of our
he
favorites.
cut me and he called in to kind of dunk on me a couple months ago.
Did he call in?
Yes,
he was one of my favorites for a couple of reasons. Number one, he was my basketball coach, but number two, when you took an exam in Gary Kornfeld's class, he would happen to bring the old school newspaper, the Post-Dispatch, and he would put that paper right up in front of his face so he couldn't see if there was any extracurricular activities going on. Yes, so he was, for that reason, was one of my favorites.
Yeah.
But I showed up with about 5 or 6 games left in the basketball season to practice, and he said, Wellington, you're ineligible. And I said, well, why is that? He goes, well, you failed film. And he said,
We took film.
High school film?
Jackson would never do that.
How did you fail film? I said, well, I got to be honest with you, Coach. I was sleeping in every single class, so it makes sense that I would be failing.
See, that's honesty, Doug. That's the best policy.
What kind of film were they teaching?
I remember he was showing Alfred Hitchcock movies, Cool Hand Luke, those kind of movies, and then
Jackson's
you'd have
nodding in approval, Doug. This guy owns goodorbad.com. The Rotten Tomatoes of St. Louis.
It was a good class in retrospect, but at the time, I think I was 14, 15 years old, certainly not mature by any stretch of the imagination, and did not really apply myself, and my grades showed that. And then, luckily, when it was time to transfer, I walked into a meeting at DeSmet, and the president at the time, Father Bailey, who had luckily been my father's golf coach at St. Louis U High back in the day.
Really?
He said, it was very simple, Doug. He said, Michael, would you like to go to school here? I said, yes, Father. He said, your schedule's in the next room. Now get out of here.
Oh, really? Just like that. Yep. That's how we get things done in the Jesuit community, Doug.
Sick, huh?
There's Walter.
I believe I could teach a class like that where you just turn on a movie.
It was a good place to sleep.
How about this from Jake Reynolds, Doug? He welcomes people to youtube.com/TMASTL, and he says this: Morning, boys. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Jackie, welcome back. You earned a nice little vacation. Hope you had a wonderful time. Thanks to all of you for all you do. KG was great last week. That's from Jake Reynolds. How about that?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
That's very true.
Nowhere. All right, so I had some PTO and I wanted to use it.
So what'd you do?
Yeah, what's going on with you?
Slept in. That was huge.
Did you get engaged?
No. Nope, didn't get engaged.
Hung out in love, Michael.
Has that been a thing? Are you close to?
Me and my girlfriend are very happy. Yeah. But
well, I mean, is the engagement process close?
No, but even if it was, I wouldn't be like, yes, I'm going to explain this live on the radio.
Fair point.
So, but hung out with her a lot. Just kind of we had a lovely Thursday night kind of Christmas dinner.
If you could, prominent winter holiday, thanks.
Couldn't be sorrier. Yeah, especially coming from me. And
okay.
And went to Canetto's, delicious.
Oh, how do you do? Can I ask what the order was?
She got the ravioli. I got the the mastacholi. But they give you.
Don't you have a problem with that pronunciation?
Yeah, it's muscacholi.
You say musk?
Musk.
Muscacholi.
Look at this. Look at
deep,
a rich,
manly musk.
Victor Mature like musk.
Yes. Dior Sauvage? No, I don't know.
That pronunciation is not going to play well in the YouTube chat.
No. What did you say? Musk?
The Air Comfort Service.
It's spelled M-O. It's spelled M-O, not
but
M-U.
it's pronounced muscacholi.
Really?
Yes.
Sauvage?
I don't know. That seems that has like a little cumin sprinkling of Hoosier saying mustacholi.
Oh my God!
Just like a
Michael.
little.
He grew up in Ladue.
I guess so. They didn't
Just
have
like
it
a
there.
little sprinkle. I don't know. That seems a little odd. I feel like when it's like catered at a wedding, it's mustacholi, but at the restaurant, it's mastacholi.
Is that how you ordered it? Did they toss you right out of there?
No. They said, "Would you like it baked?" I said, "Yes." That's kind of
how else were they going to do it? Fried?
Sous vide? I don't know.
Oh.
It was good. It was delicious. I had a great time. Yeah. All of my spots. Get the salad. Hang out.
Okay.
Is that your number one on the hill?
It's the most special to me. That's what I'd say.
Explain that.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. That's the follow-up.
It was like the family spot. Like when we take out Italian food, we go to Canetto's. And then when I lived on the hill, I lived very close, so I could just walk there and pick it up. And it holds a very special place in my heart. They don't raise the prices too bad. It's very affordable.
And I heard last week or a week or two ago, Mr. Vitale was on, and he mentioned
the delightful Joey Vitale
really
every Friday on this program.
Yeah, he's really good. He mentioned that Canetto's has no windows. Is that true?
Yes. He's mentioned that a couple times on the program.
I loved that reason.
Yeah.
I had never heard that before.
Me neither.
As a guy with a Mick in the front of his name, I don't feel like it's my place to talk about it, especially married to somebody with a vowel at the end of their name. But then when Joey just opened up about it, I'm like, free for all.
It was happening somewhere.
Yes.
What was the reason again why there's no windows?
Well, according to Joey Vitale, it was, just on the off chance that somebody wanted to fire a gun in there.
Oh. Just because someone said
Izzo and Patino was in here. We're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
I spoke like Dickie V the whole dinner. Yeah, my girlfriend found it very endearing.
Libby Jack sucks at pronunciation as American as Central West End.
Yeah.
That's fair. What are you going to do? Can't win them all. I don't know. It's spelled mastacholi, so I pronounce it like mastacholi. People get mad at me for saying...
Muscacholi.
Musk?
Yeah. Like a Victor Mature, like Musk.
All right.
You're a good enunciator.
I try to.
I know.
Project,
I've been listening to this program. I understand your talents.
So enunciation good, pronunciation bad. I'll take that. Better than the alternative.
Yeah.
Jackson at Canetto's Steak Medea is the play. Best dish on the menu. Been having it for 30 years. That's from the 314.
I respect that. I mean, it's a house of pasta, so I feel like getting pasta is always the move.
I don't like to call it a dish. Best dish. I don't like that.
I feel like whenever you get like a chicken parm or something like meat-based at an Italian restaurant, they give you the side of pasta. The side of pasta is rarely as good as like the pasta that they sell on its own.
Really? You think it's coming from a different pot?
No, I just think it's like just like noodles and sauce. And they're like, here's the side of pasta. Like whereas
but if you ordered the pasta, they'd treat it better because it comes from a different pot.
I could be wrong, but I feel that's
the
my
insinuation,
feeling.
Doug, that it's in a different
feeling.
pot. Yeah. The side pasta pot and the main entree pot.
Well, it could be.
That's what I feel. I feel like the side of pasta is kind of haphazard, whereas like the real big entree pasta is taken care of with love.
When you leave there each time, do you feel as if, assuming you get the pasta of some sort, do you feel as if you need a walk afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, you feel it. There's no
And you're
doubt.
a young man. I know. I feel like
26 bills, Michael.
26.
I'm so jealous of that.
But he's a man in love. He's settling down.
Mm-hmm. Apparently so.
Yeah.
Well, you don't seem as jealous of that.
Well, I mean, I just wonder if the engagement process is further along than we all think.
I think it is.
You can wonder all you'd like. But
I
that's
have no
where it'll
doubt
remain.
that Tim will be on it.
I've got action on 2025.
Who took that?
Doug.
Doug, nice.
How long
Doug's
have you been dating this wonderful
More than
gal?
a year.
No, we're coming up on a year.
What's the anniversary?
End of January.
Where will you take her?
That's a good question. Took her to Citizen Kane's for her birthday, and I felt like that was a great play.
I should go to Polymanos.
Yeah, Polymanos might be a play.
They got windows there.
Some of the places.
Don't go anywhere without the window.
Some of the places on Y Down I really want to try, and I feel like that would be a good spot.
Lottie frickin' da. I don't even know where Whitedown is.
Like, what's on Whitedown that you need to look into?
Big houses?
Okay.
Louis not on Whitedown.
Is it not?
Oh.
It's in DeMont.
Whitedown's big houses in Clayton, right?
What's the place on Whitedown? Was it Wright's Taverns on Whitedown? Okay. One of that, or I meant DeMont.
Good luck.
Yeah, well, you know.
Oh.
I'm a big wig in this market.
Look at this guy.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at this guy. I'll get a table at Wright's Tavern, I assume, 8 o'clock on a Saturday night?
Yeah. Well, if 7:30 is not taken. You know, 7:30 is my...
You know people.
I sure do.
Callier and Thompson phone line's already lit up this morning, Doug. 314-974-0101 is how you can call into the program. And this is the Pestis from Festus.
I like this guy.
He joins us on 101 ESPN.
Okay.
Good morning, Pestis from Festus.
Good morning, gentlemen. I thought I wouldn't call you until after New Year's, but you're screwing up on the pronunciation.
What is it?
It's Mustachiccioli.
Oh, come on. No one says it like that.
Hey, if you're Italian, that's what it is.
Say it again.
And I'm Italian.
Okay, say it again.
Put that off.
It's Mustachiccioli.
I've never heard that before.
Boy, the spelling is really misleading.
Yeah. I've never heard of it. That's how you would like it pronounced.
Well, that's the true Italian spelling.
Okay.
There are Italians in Festus?
Sorry, Thomas.
Excuse me?
I didn't know there was. I thought the Italians were all north of Festus.
Excuse me?
Put that off, Doug. There's a lot to work with here.
No. Doug didn't get that off at all. If Doug's going to act like that, he needs to shut up for the rest of the week.
Oh, it wasn't me that said it.
Doug will be happy to take the week off. Oh, Pestis from Festus. I'm quite confident in that. Any other takes to share outside of Jackson botching the pronunciation of Muscatiaccioli?
No other things. I love Jackson. He's cool.
Yes,
Put that off.
Okay.
How about that?
Best endorsement of the year.
That's big.
It's going to close the resume reel.
Yeah.
You're not in St. Louis. Congratulations.
Joe Buck's endorsement.
It's Jackson's action program.
That's right. Well, it's my world, and they're just living in it. And I'm glad
They
you...
don't live in it. They just exist.
That's right. This is my guy. This is my guy.
You got support, man.
Thanks, Dad.
Hey, Jackson, here's what you tell him.
Okay.
Tell him the pest from Festus is Italian. I can lose him in a construction project.
Oh, no.
Doug, that's
You're burying people in cement?
crime.
Yeah, I can put him as a cornerstone in a building.
Oh, gosh. Our lives are being threatened.
No, they're not being threatened.
Oh.
You're just being warned.
Okay.
We've been warned, Doug.
Kind of the same thing.
It's like when Henry Hill went on the Stern Show.
Yeah, but here's my only other comment for today.
What's that?
Go Mizzou.
Okay.
Oh, Fight Tiger, Music City Bowl Day, Doug.
All right.
Buzz in the community.
1:30 this afternoon.
That's right.
Missouri laying 2.5. I've got the total at 40.5. Pestis from Festus. Do you like either one of those numbers?
40.5 for the total points.
Yes, sir.
Much larger. I'd say almost 60.
Oh, wow. The last time Iowa participated in a 60-point game. How about that?
Well, I was lucky they exist at all.
Oh, gosh.
Shot at the state.
Yeah.
Pestis from Festus, thank you so much. There's a Pestis from Festus, and he is the leader, the founder of the Jackson Burkett fan club.
Yeah, that was nice.
How about that?
Very much a fan.
Like these older gentlemen, we appreciate their calls. They call in, and they're all the consensus is that they love me, and I didn't get that feeling, but I love having it.
Do you think that's odd that the old men like you?
No, That tracks. It's just that I didn't think these particular old men would like me, but it's cool.
It's not rock solid evidence, but I'm looking at the caller ID, and he may have the least Italian-sounding last name ever.
Doug, he's in the witness protection program.
Mount Rushmore of least Italian-sounding last name.
It is pronounced bleachacholi. Sip it, old man. I'm not even, quote, from here, unquote, and I can pronounce these words better than you whites. Jesus. And also, Ann Young, hashtag free perk. Doug, that's from Colts beat writer Brian Henshin, and their playoff chances took a hit when they went up against future Super Bowl champion New York Giants yesterday.
Drew Lock time. Apart, yeah. It's the last thing the Giants needed. They were on track to get the number 1 pick.
I know.
Yeah.
They got to be furious.
Drew Lock just spiked the football. That was awesome. Running in touchdown.
Yeah, I did text Free Perk about coming in this week. No response. Does that track Chairman Kurt?
Yeah, that sounds like exactly what I've experienced.
Not
Michael,
responsive.
you worked with Free Perk.
Yeah, a couple times. I thought
Free Perk. She's a delight.
She was a good contributor.
But she sometimes doesn't get back as quick. Lee.
Just what do you think that the reason for that is?
You know, I've heard tell, and I've talked with Jackson about it. Anytime I want to try to get perspective on the 20-somethings, the 20-somethings, lower 20-somethings, mid-20-somethings aren't really into quickly responding on text message, which surprises me because I would assume that they're on their phone all the time.
Right.
Is that consistent with your...
So I can only speak to, for me personally, when it comes to anything work-related or even more of a professional relationship, it's always, as quickly as I can do it, I respond. Whereas if it's something casual or just, with friends, yeah, sometimes I'll let things pass, especially group chats, they go crazy. But when it comes to something professionally, I always am, so nervous to not respond quickly that I have that.
Because I'll have you up against the wall with my finger in your chest.
Right, you took
with a step stool, though.
You took 6 minutes to respond.
That's exactly right.
It's
exactly right.
Stories all the time. But I don't know how she views, if it's not it's not her work, so she might not give a damn. I don't know. Sometimes it's just I see a text and I'll respond to it later and then I forget. It happens.
Is it parenting?
I can't say. I don't know. I don't want to.
Well, I obviously believe you have good parents.
Well, I appreciate that.
They're wonderful people.
Thank you.
I mean,
Jeff and Ellen.
Just for your explanation there, if someone reaches out, you're going to respond.
Yeah. I just try. That's a couple check marks to hit. One of the bare minimums is being responsive, being at least able to respond when someone asks you something. If it's something urgent, being able to be on the same page as them. I think that's important. But sometimes, things just pass you by. I don't blame people for that.
Yeah, Doug, there it is. There's a breakdown.
Sometimes
Michael, does that thoroughly answer your question?
I guess so. It's good enough for now.
It was a diplomatic answer.
Everybody's different.
Sure, there you go.
Yeah, and some people like some things, and some people like other things. Think about that. I want you to think about that. Get involved on the program like the Pestis from Festus did, and he threatened to put us in a cornerstone.
Cement. He's going to put us in cement.
314-974-0101. Michael Wellington filling in for Martin Kilcoyne today. Cam Jansen is coming in tomorrow. What, are you driving to Florida today or something?
Later today, yes.
Are you really?
Yes.
Are you really driving all the way to Florida?
Well, I'll stop.
Where will you stop? ATL?
Either short of ATL or just past.
Yeah.
Just depending upon
if
you run into that
past
traffic.
it. It's rewarding to get past it, Doug. My goodness, once you get past it, you get stuck. Was that Macon exit or something like that?
Yeah.
Sweet mother of mercy.
The play is to try to go through the main drag there in Atlanta late at night.
Yeah.
Because you know how it is. If you go between, let's say, 8 a.m. and 10 p.m., you could be stuck there for an hour.
Or even worse.
Would you rather make a long drive by yourself in the car or with someone to talk to?
Man, I've done so many. I'm kind of immune to them by now.
Yeah. So when you're by yourself, you listen to whatever you want to listen to.
Of course.
Sing in the car.
Stop when you want to stop.
Yeah.
A lot of phone calls, too.
I podcast and listen to books, and I couldn't be more content. However, you do not have children.
Correct.
I think the appreciation of the serenity when you have children is multiplied by dozens.
So you can embrace that car ride more?
Oh, the drive down to Jupiter, which is about 18, 19 hours. Mm-hmm. Oh, me in the car by myself. Oh, Doug.
You liked it?
Sounds arousing.
Don't you get bed sores in your buttocks from sitting there that long?
Ruined me.
Oh, Bill. You can give your stories of arousal while driving south by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett back from his vacation, Chairman Kurt answering the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This program is called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's TMA. It's 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. And 114 people are in there. Even though it's kind of the holiday season, you think more people are coming back to work today, Doug, or you think people are still going to be off through New Year's Day? What do you got? Handicap the working population of the St. Louis metropolitan area.
I think most are back to work today, and then we'll take off again on Wednesday.
Yeah, we'll be off on Wednesday for the record, but back at it to recap the college football playoff festivities. Are you boys fired up for starting tomorrow night? Boise State, Penn State, and then all day Wednesday, Texas, Arizona State, Ohio State, Oregon. Ohio State laying points, by the way. And then the nightcap, Georgia, Notre Dame. Level excitement, 1 to 10. Go.
I got to number it.
Go.
I'll say it's 8. My excitement is an 8.
Michael?
I love college football. I have to go 10, especially for Wednesday.
God bless America.
Well, if you like to gamble.
Yeah. Now, I would gamble on these games.
Yeah.
Right.
The other nonsense that goes
Bozo
on.
Bowls.
Yeah. You just don't know who the hell's
Bowls.
playing. Jackson, what's your level?
7.5.
Wow. Why do we always have to do that?
Only because I really wish these games were on college campuses. I just find it to be so less appealing that they're playing in these kind of sterile corporate environments.
I agree with that. However, the only way it was going to get done is if they incorporated these antiquated bowls.
No, I get it. I understand the context of it. It just is coming from what we saw. Like, I wish the games last time around, the first round, were like more barn burners at the college campuses, because that would have satisfied my kind of thirst for that. So I don't know if that's going to happen this time, but I think the matchups are awesome, so I'm into it.
Eli Drinkwitz will be coaching the Missouri Tigers today at 1:30. It's the only bowl game today. And we discussed that. We broke it down with Missouri insider Pestus from Festus, who also threatened our lives.
And likes the over of 60.
Yeah, if you get an alternate line of 60 somewhere, take the over per Pestus from Festus. Chairman Kurt, if you could, look up the last time the Iowa Hawkeyes participated in a game in which 60 points were scored. I'd be curious on that. Maybe there was an outlier somewhere along the lines, but that's just not really what they do. I thought this soundbite from Eli Drinkwitz yesterday was one of the most refreshing damn things I've heard regarding bowls. He was asked about the 10-win possibilities for Missouri back-to-back years, and here is what he had to say.
Coach, talking about the program you're building, some of this momentum, what would it mean to get across the 10-win threshold for back-to-back years?
I'm not really caught up in the outcome of that. I think obviously for us, it's an opportunity to play for a championship, and that's the single focus for us. It's an opportunity to play for the TransPerfect Music City Bowl championship. The long-term effects besides that, I think, I'm not caught up in SEC versus Big Ten. I'm not caught up in any of that. This is really a standalone game, and it's really different than what you had at the end of the season because of the free agency period that occurs. So for us, this is, I hate to be like this, but it's an exhibition game. And for us, it's an opportunity to take our players and play one last time together. And, if you're fortunate enough to win, it catapults you into next year. And if you don't, then you came up short and you fly back home and you celebrate the new year and you start all over. So I don't know that it carries more significance than that.
Oh. Fire that all over my chest.
I beg your pardon.
It's just so refreshing. I love that because back in, I think, the 80s and maybe a part of the 90s, it mattered. You didn't schedule the 4 automatic wins, and then you went to a bowl. Not everybody went to a bowl, and then people weren't opting out left and right. So I find that to be very refreshing because it's honest. A 10-win season, you do it by winning however many SEC games to get there. God bless America. But you get to play 13 games and win 10 games. The vast majority of Missouri's 10-win seasons have all been since 2000. It's not an accomplishment relative to comparing it. It's like, Saquon Barkley got to 2,000 yards in 16 games, but he is getting an extra game. I mean, that does matter. I understand why some old school baseball fans were critical of Roger Maris and the home run record. He was playing 162 games. Ruth wasn't. This stuff is all important in context, and I thought it was refreshing for a guy who could have said, yeah, it'd be huge for us to win 10 games to bolster himself and his program, called it what it was. And that's exactly right. It is an exhibition game. And if they win, great. If they lose, it won't change a damn thing. The games that mattered, when it got down to it, they didn't win. And that was A&M, Alabama, and South Carolina. And that's why they're playing a game at 1:30 in Nashville in front of probably 20,000 people, mostly who were there to have cocktails last night. That's it. That's all I got.
I appreciate the honesty. Do you think the people that run the Music City Bowl are pleased that Eli Drinkwitz called the game an exhibition?
I think they're happy he said the TransPerfect Music City Bowl and made sure.
Sponsor, and I respect that.
Yeah.
What else could you call it, though? What else is it other than
I honestly, I thought that was setting him up to do the whole thing, 10-win season, what that means. Yeah. And then you'd sit there. And if he did, I'd go, okay, well, here's who you beat in order to get there. Right. So God bless him. because as far as what the aspirations were for this team, they came up short, and that's the reality of it. So to sell it otherwise would have been disingenuous, so I appreciate that. That's authentic. I don't know how many Missouri fans heard it, because if they do win today, you'll hear a lot from Missouri fans about a 10-win season. And then if they do lose, you'll have the Big Ten nonsense that will go on. And it doesn't matter one way or the other. Oklahoma failing to get a 2-point conversion against Navy does not alter Georgia's prospects tomorrow against Notre Dame or Texas's against Arizona State. It's nonsense time.
Boy, that take flies around a lot this time of year.
Well, it's a Big Ten, SEC.
The SEC thing about performing poorly in these legitimate exhibition games against teams, where it's
Is this on Twitter for incels, or is this actual people who generate revenue?
It's 95% the incel community on Twitter.
Doug, do you deal with the incel community?
Not really.
That's kind of your base, brother.
Your base is the incel community?
That's kind of, if you're on, if you're doing a podcast, no matter what you do, incels are going to find you.
And just to go through it again, an incel is someone
involuntarily celibate.
Okay. Incels are people that don't have girlfriends.
Yeah, despite their best efforts.
And these are the people that are making these sweeping generalizations about football games.
Right, but then I would say there's a 5% chunk of people who are quote unquote real media who like to.
Now, what is real media by your definition?
What is that?
They have a podcast, or they have.
That does not.
I'm saying I'm not saying that they through some legitimate organization, a lot of these
that also does not.
Well, either way, they stoke the fire.
We have a benchmark for gross annual revenue?
No, that would really fly in the face of
real
this.
media, and that was Greg Gumbel, who passed away this weekend. What a great guy he was. Yeah, well, we're going to miss him.
All-timer, man. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, but go ahead with your real media podcast.
Yes. Is there real media left? Besides this show, of course.
Right. It's us. It's us, and then 50 feet of crap. No, it's
and then us.
There's people who stoke the fire of that stuff.
It makes a headline for somebody. It's all it is. It's clickbait headlines.
The Big Ten honks like to compare themselves to the SEC, I've noticed.
And any opportunity that they can. And again, it's 95% incel burner.
Incel. Back to no girlfriend.
Which is if you go on Twitter for you, it is just
parents' basement.
It's like a wax museum of burners. It's brutal.
I'll never understand the conference cheering. It felt weird to pull for Ohio State, but I wanted them to hang 80 on Tennessee. Respectfully, Wellington, business is business. That's from Al in Dadeville, and Michael, he is a huge Georgia fan.
Couldn't agree more, man. We talk about what's it called? Needlepoint belts. And a popular needlepoint belt is having every SEC team on your belt.
Now, when you say popular, where is this popular?
Certain tailgates in the SEC, certain zip codes in the St. Louis metropolitan area.
Now you have a problem with people's belts.
We're going after people who would love to have girlfriends, can't, and now we're going after people in certain zip codes in the St. Louis metropolitan area. Doug, who is safe?
I don't think anybody is.
One of those needlepoint belts is having all the SEC logos on the needlepoint belt, and I find that to be so odd. I would never wear anything with it. No offense, Michael, I really love you, but
Tennessee's going to take another shot
Tennessee
here.
Volunteer logo on it, I would never, and I don't get that. The SEC or conference pride. I don't like the teams in the conference. That should be the point.
Jackson, this is America. You can like whoever you like.
McDowell coming to America.
You can dislike whoever you like. Don't worry about it. Don't apologize.
I know, but you love Tennessee. My cousin, Dr. Brandon Pryor of 100 West End. I got a lot of people in my life who I really love and respect.
I love Tennessee baseball.
Yeah.
If they do well in the other sports, great.
Yeah.
But it's not like
and that's a tie-in for the record, too.
A very good friend of mine is the coach. It's not because, if they would have beaten Ohio State, okay, awesome. But, it's not like I was losing sleep or tweeting the fact that, it was a bad run and they were unlucky. The referees were
SEC
bad.
who?
Right, exactly.
Jackson sounds obsessed with criticizing others. Look inward. Be curious, not judgmental. That's from the bastard James Hahn.
I appreciate that. It strikes me as odd to where teams you bemoan all year and then wear
Do you
on
like
your
that term?
belt.
We heard.
Okay, couldn't be sorry. Teams that you root against and then wear it on your belt because, like, your favorite team's in the SEC. Like, I just find that.
But haven't you seen needlepoint belts around St. Louis before you ever saw them on people in the SEC? I did.
Yes. I've seen needlepoint belts my whole life. That's kind of. Some wake up with the sun rising over the river to pair. Others see it over a needlepoint belt. And a
The sun
red Solo
rises
cup
over
of
a
orange juice and
needlepoint-
vodka. What?
The sun rises over a needlepoint belt in Ladue?
More or less for an 11 a.m. kick.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, Welly, what time you thinking you'll be by on your way to Florida? I'll have her ready and a care package of snacks and road sodies for you to take with you. That's the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, and it sounds like he is offering up his wife to you.
Well, I owe him a debt of gratitude, not for the wife, but he got myself and my parents. We had a nice dinner last night at Olive and Oak, and he was responsible for getting the reservation, which I thought was very interesting. When I walked in, I told the girls behind the counter our last name, and they were like, "Sorry, we don't have your name." I said, it's under Pondoff, perhaps. And they were like, "Oh, okay. Now you can come in." Yes. That's exactly how it went down. So thank you to the recovering alcoholic. It was a wonderful meal, a wonderful evening, and what a venue that Olive and Oak is in the heart of Webster Groves.
Doug, watch this. Pray tell, what dish did you get?
Oh, gosh.
You like that? You like pray tell?
No, I didn't.
The sun rises over needlepoint belts.
That's what it feels like.
I had the burger, of course.
That's so choice.
Which I get every single time. I had some tomato soup, which was outstanding.
Bill.
Yeah, it was a wonderful meal.
You didn't try the muscatcholi?
I did not.
I bemoan this show as much as needlepoint belts. That's from Fat Dog Boy with an I.
Fat Dog Boy?
With an I. Thank
fair.
you very
That's
much.
a good one.
You can get involved on the program just like Fat Dog Boy with an I at 314-399-9646. Chairman Kurt is fielding calls as we speak on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-010. You like that, Michael, that the calls are answered in the room?
It's incredible.
Try to hide it.
Varsity again.
It's the varsity. Doug, tell me about Mark Milton. I was texting with Mark Milton like the Dickens yesterday.
were you?
How about this? Mark Milton, he's down in Lottie-Dottie,
What a
Lauderdale.
gentleman. Yep.
And he sends me a picture. He runs into Terry Crouppen. I mean, what are the chances? Brown and Crouppen.
Two heavy hitters.
Yeah, just
Heavy
hanging out in
hitters.
South Florida. God bless America.
World is small.
Well, hopefully no one down there had tax issues. If they did, Mark Milton would take care of them. He likes to do it here in St. Louis. If you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, maybe wage garnishments keeping you up at night, Mark Milton is the guy to turn to. Maybe you're even facing IRS criminal investigation from the godforsaken tax man. If so, contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV. This guy is local, and he will take great care of you. Started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country, and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. Mark now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, hey, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty.
Sharon and Clayton.
Remember, well, I have to say this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
The number one supplier of the materials needed to make the needlepoint belts is literally in the 63124, and probably the largest concentration of the owners of them. Pot, meat, kettle, piddles. That's Sharon in Clayton.
The supplier
was
of the
her
materials?
dunking on me? I think
she's just two
understand.
hands.
Because they make
It was two hands.
because they make the like the textile here. I don't get that.
In Ladue?
Oh, that doesn't.
There's a
that's
textile
tracks.
facility in Ladue?
That surprises me.
Yeah,
And she was
where?
the owner of the textile facility.
Probably.
And he's probably got it in an office park somewhere.
Yeah, that sounds about more right.
Sounds like she has a count going as well.
Yeah, she's a little sideways with Jackson.
What happened?
I don't know. I don't. I just.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know what I say to make people
Might have been
upset.
the pronunciation of
Muscatoli.
Yeah.
That's got all of St. Louis up in arms.
Is that
We're
right?
not happy about it at all.
SEC pride, Jackson. It's not that complicated. That's from the 6 636.
I don't care about the other SEC teams. I care about MIZ.
Oh,
That's
fight Tiger.
That's all I want Missouri to dominate all the other SEC teams. Why would I have like pride when Arkansas, beats whoever?
I think it's people wanting to know that their conference is the best conference.
That's it.
I don't care about that either. It doesn't matter. Like if Mizzou won it all, I wouldn't be like, oh, they won a national championship, but the SEC was down. I don't care. It's all about winning, and your favorite team winning, not the favorite team's rival winning.
But like when you watch a Major League Baseball All-Star game, you root for the National League?
No.
Well, you son of a sack ass!
I get passionate about NL Central representation.
Yeah, I care like the Reds' middle reliever got rocked. Like, oh no, I don't care.
Really, you don't care if the National League wins?
No, I used to care when it meant World Series home field. Yeah, I cared a lot then, but now that's totally meaningless.
All right, I don't even know you anymore.
Fair enough.
Guys, I won $25 on DraftKings yesterday. Maybe Jackson should needlepoint a belt for me, too. That's from a pair of male au pairs.
Oh.
You like that? A pair of male au pairs are texting in.
Would you hire a male au pair?
Yeah, that's good. Generally, I have really poor fine motor skills, so something like needlepoint, knitting, crochet.
Hold on a second.
Not for me.
You would hire a male au pair?
I don't know. Why not?
What do you mean you don't know? This is
why
important.
not?
Do you feel like you're opening the door to cuckoldry?
Yeah, well, anytime you allow anybody else in your home, you're essentially opening the door to cuckoldry. But you have to have the intrinsic confidence that you're able to maintain the relationship.
Just by having a guest over, you know that there's a risk that this person's going to sleep with your wife?
That's just from a numbers situation, yes. You're adding another warm body into the situation.
It should be the mandatory read at the bottom of the au pair contract that anytime you open the door, you're opening the door to potential cuckoldry.
Yeah, I'd say anytime you're having a dinner party, it's like, DEFCON 3.
What is it?
I'd say.
You could be on track to being engaged. Then
2025
means you will get married, and then you might have children, and then you're thinking you would consider having a male au pair to watch your kids while you're away.
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it if they have the qualifications, if they have the references to back it up. This is my children's safety, my theoretical children's safety.
Yeah, I don't know if I can get on board with that.
Yeah. Very odd.
It is very odd. You can get on board.
Maybe it's just a generational thing.
It could be.
Morning, guys. There's a store on Clayton Road called Sign of the Arrow. It's the Jerry World of needlepoint in the St. Louis area. Doug, that's from the Austin Ass Hanky.
Oh.
Is there a Jumbotron at the top of it where you can't stop looking at it?
Just staring at needlepoint belts?
Have you guys ever been there to Jerry World?
No.
I have not been to a
stadium.
game.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't look at the field because the screen that's above the field
all
is
the
so
attention is
big.
focused.
Yeah, you can't even look at
Overpowering.
It's kind of strange.
You are welcome to get involved on the program. Needlepoint belt takes are welcome. That recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves hooked me up yesterday as well.
That's what he does.
I'll tell you how. On the other side of the commercial break. Instead of the morning after. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose yesterday, final score of 4-2 to the Buffalo Sabres. We got Music City Bowl action with Iowa taking on Missouri today. Kickoff at 1:30. You can catch that right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. You can watch the program on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Michael Wellington filling in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne. And Doug Michael will make his way down to Florida following today's program. But he wanted to stick around St. Louis to experience the magic that is this program during the holiday season.
Well, it's just fabulous that you're here with us. Thank you so much.
I feel like it's had a TMA spa treatment the last 24 hours. I had Olive and Oak last night through the Recovering Alcoholic. Yep. We have the car at Munganess today getting serviced. I'm in the studio today. What more could anyone ask for on their way out of town?
I don't know what else you could ask for, but maybe people want to call in and celebrate with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101 or email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Buck Swope, Doug, is leading this month. He's just really a force. He won the Milagro Tequila Listener
to him.
of the Year a couple of weeks ago at our year-end awards. You can be the December Listener of the Month by going to TMASTL.com. You can keep your anonymity. Doug disagrees with that. He would like all the audience members to have to use their real names.
Government names.
But that is not the way that it works. TMASTL.com is where you can go to sign up. And you got 2 more days, and then Jackson will select the 5 finalists, I guess, for the Papal Conclave?
Yeah, Papal Conclave will take place Thursday, winner announced Friday.
All right.
That'll be the schedule there.
I just hope Buck Swope can keep a good attitude after Jackson called his college, Miami of Ohio, the worst university in America.
Oh, I forgot I said that.
The worst?
Miami, Ohio is the worst college.
Well, someone said, what's the worst university? And I was like, Miami, I don't know. I just said something. I just always thought of the moment where you tell someone you went to Miami and they're like, oh, wow, the U, South Florida. And you're like, no, Oxford, Ohio. And imagining that's tough. I don't know. It's one of those takes.
He obviously feels strongly about it.
It's one of those takes you don't really believe,
I didn't know.
Dan Orlovsky, Stephen A. Smith,
seems to be
Bayless,
in
our
vogue.
entire industry.
I didn't know that Buck Swope was an alumnus.
Sure he was. A proud alumnus until last week when he got that news.
Well, Miami of Ohio, there's a lot of St. Louis folks that go there, That and Dayton, I feel like, are the two, Ohio schools where St. Louis folks are going.
And you don't care for them none.
Not my favorite. I don't know. I've never been to Oxford, Ohio. It's probably unfair. What am I talking about? It's totally unfair.
Have you been to Dayton?
Nope.
You know where they party there?
At Dayton?
Uh-huh. The area that they call.
I know Oxford is Brick Street or something. But I don't
Dayton,
know.
it's called the Ghetto.
Is that right?
Yes.
Oh. Wow.
Doug, it's the home of the Flyers and Scoochie Smith.
He played there for 15 years.
He had a great NIL deal before they. Michael, you were talking about how the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Oyster Groves hooked you up yesterday. He hooked me up, sweet mother of mercy. The Bull and the Bear Club for the Blues Sabres game?
Oh, yeah, it's a pony.
Oh, it's nice.
Oh, my goodness.
Those office chairs you said in?
Oh, my goodness.
Delete.
Oh.
Yeah.
With food up there when you want to go graze a little bit.
Buffets galore, right?
Oh, Bill.
Did you get you some road sodies?
I did not. Well, you know what? Now that I think about it, actually, I did have some libations.
Oh, did you?
Which is kind of rare for me during the day with the 2-year-old and 7-year-old with me. My wife enjoyed some libations as well, and we got to take in the Blues and Buffalo Sabres 2 p.m. game. Give me 2 p.m. games when you have 2 young children with you all day long. And I was texting with Cam, who handled the call yesterday with Chris Kerber. Kerber will join us at 8:15 for our 8:15 Blues interviews. That's a new part of TMA, Michael. I know you're new to the 101 experience. That's part of the new experience, 8:15 Blues interviews. And I was texting with Cam, and he said 2 p.m. game. I guess your kids will find out that there are 3 periods in a game today. You're damn right. We were both fired up for the 2 p.m. start. Opportunity, Doug. Opportunity going up against one of the worst teams in the NHL. And the Sabres, Jackson, a fan of their sweaters, jump out to a 2-0 lead. The Blues are able to tie it in the third period. And I'm thinking to myself, I actually said this to my wife, who probably wasn't as locked in on the situation as I was. I said, got to get a point against these guys. Got to get a point against these guys. Yeah. Got to get. I mean, you beat the Red Wings to go into the Christmas break. Beat the hell out of the Predators, an offensive bonanza on Friday night. And now you got the Sabres coming into town. Doug, let's get at least one. And then they just had a special teams debacle yesterday. 0-4 on the power play. Buffalo 2 of 3 on their power play. And a missed opportunity as the Sabres come to St. Louis and win 4-2. Last year it was the Sharks, a bottom-feeding team that caused problems. This year it's the Sabres. They've played them twice, and they've only picked up 1 point. And I got to be honest with you, I'm a little irritated.
Are you?
Yeah.
I have a hot take, Tim, that's so hot I'm going to put on the
EDF group oven mitts.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, that's when you know he means business, Michael.
If you guys have gloves, you might want to put them on.
A Pond-off vehicle.
Here comes my hot take. Joel Hofer is now better than Jordan Bennington.
Oh,
there, I said it. Come at me. Come at me. You don't want this. Joel Hofer is now a superior goaltender to Jordan Bennington.
Wow.
It's a hot take for the morning. Match that, 101.
Better goals against, better save percentage, far better won-loss record. I just think he's playing better than Bennington.
How many cups does he have?
Oh, you can always bring that up, but if Bennington... He couldn't have been better in 2019. Couldn't he? He was responsible more than anyone else for winning the cup. 5 years later, he's not the same guy.
Wow.
Hey, if you're going to wear the gloves, get him above the table so we can,
so we can see it on YouTube.
Want to get burned.
John Score says Doug is right in the YouTube chat. I'll tell you this. You know, I read that Blues talk on STLtoday.com, and there's a big thread about trading Binnington at the deadline.
Oh, yeah?
Now, that doesn't mean that everybody's on board, but there's just a thread about it. And I have to tell you, I didn't see this coming. So what was it the fourth goal that stood out to you most?
It's just his play over the last month or so. He just really hasn't been that sharp, I don't think. And Hofer looks terrific to me.
Is it safe to say that he's a tender that runs hot and also runs quite cold? Because if you remember at the start of the 22 playoff run.
Yeah, Michael, it's 101 ESPN.
Speechless.
At the start of the 22 playoff run, it was Ville Husso who was the one who people were like, let's get Ville Husso between the pipes. It was Benner.
Hockey encyclopedia.
It was Benner who was kind of, the forgotten guy in 22. And so I feel like we've seen this story been told before.
Well, it's very rare that a show can have a former NHL goaltender immediately respond that this one can.
All right.
And it's Daddy Padre, who was with the Blues in 2019, so he would know.
Well, he sat in the crowd. Just like the rest of us.
Doug, that's a hot take, but it's a semi-brutal take. Hofer plays the cupcake teams. Benner gets all the tough assignments. Last year, if they didn't have Benner, they're a legit lottery team. That's Daddy Padre.
Who did they play yesterday?
Buffalo was at the top of the division, correct?
One of the worst teams in the league.
Okay, I got different standings.
I know Bennington usually gets the harder assignments, but he just hasn't been that sharp this year. He just hasn't.
Bennington's never had a good December in his entire career. Come on now. Y'all are talking crazy. That's from King Chris White.
That's his government name. If they had one game to win,
read what's in the teleprompter.
If they had a game to win tonight, I would prefer to see Hofer in goal. That's what I'm saying.
You think Hofer is going to get the start at Wrigley Field tomorrow, 4 p.m.?
Probably not. No, I wouldn't think so.
He will get the start against Ottawa on Friday.
Probably.
Okay.
That'd be my guess.
Or Columbus on Saturday. Well, you know he's going to get one of those starts.
Bennington's been your guy for 5 years now, and I would think when they play this big showcase game, he'll be in the nets against the Hawks.
Doug, would you like to go to that game at Wrigley?
I would not. I would like to go if I could sit in a suite or something. I have no intention to go to sit outside in the freezing.
It's actually going to be pretty temperate for
not
north
bad
side
for
of Chicago tomorrow.
Yeah.
I nearly spit me cinnamon roll across the floor. Worse than the Bo T-Rex arm concern take. Come on, Doug. That's from Big Blonde Dan, Esquire. Keep the hot hot and the cold cold, Jax. Big Blonde Dan.
Was there a take? I didn't listen. Was there a take that Bo Perbula has short arms? I love that. It's like Kenny Pickett with his small hands.
No, I don't. No, he short arms the ball when he throws.
Oh, okay. I thought
not that he has short arms.
You're concerned about his wingspan.
The video I saw, it looks like he kind of throws pulls it with half of a
chicken arms it, dinosaur, gator arms it.
Yeah.
Like when you miss a free throw short.
Yeah.
Awful take, Vaughn. Just trash. That's from Dewey Oxberger.
Watch the games.
Hell
Don't
yeah.
get caught up with what happened 5 years ago. Watch what's happening now.
Doug does ball.
Awful take, Vaughn. Just trash. That's Dewey Oxberger. Doug, shut up. That's John Fazelak. Right on, Doug. You are correct. That's from the 636.
I told you it was a hot take.
Sharon and Clayton, bite your tongue, Doug. Everyone goes through slumps. Preach, Padre. That's Sharon and Clayton. Daddy Padre and Sharon and Clayton, an alliance.
Okay.
Shut up, ravioli head.
When you make these hot takes, I don't expect everyone to agree with them.
It's why they're hot.
That's right.
They're not supposed
That's
to
why
be
you need the
consensus.
gloves.
Are you have glitter on your head? Is that,
Is that right? Were you descriptive?
Something shining?
I may have brushed against the Christmas tree.
Okay.
What's the logo on the gloves?
I just saw you shining.
Group, baby.
Is it? Okay. I didn't know that was
That's a Pond-off vehicle.
It is a Pond-off.
He's everywhere.
Hey, the garage door breaking season is here. The springs break when it's cold out, and that's when you need Schaefer Door Company, the sponsor of the TMASTL app and the 101 ESPN app. The spelling of the name Schaefer is SCHAEFER door.com. That's schaeferdoor.com. Or you can call or text a number they set up specifically for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. If you run into a garage door spring breaking over the weekend, they set aside Monday morning standby service to go out there and take care of it literally right now this morning. It's Schaefer Door Company and Jason Gossrow and his team. Go online at schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. When you hear that garage door slam against the ground, the spring broke, Schaefer Door will come out there and fix it right away. Schaefer Door, a Clopay Master Authorized Dealer. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington in for the vacationing. Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And you can watch us on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. The Air Alliance team, sponsor of the studio cameras here on 101 ESPN. Blues and Sabres.
Didn't go well. Difficult defeat.
The Cardinal offseason.
Oh, boy.
Nothing happening there.
Am I off the mark on this? But they haven't done anything?
Not a thing. I guess they've hired some personnel, but they haven't.
But as far as people who will catch or hit or throw.
No, not at the major league level.
So I heard something about the Cardinals that's interesting, I thought. I was with a buddy of mine who worked for them for 23 years. He said if you want to buy a suite for the Savannah Bananas that are coming to town, you have to buy a suite for a separate Cardinal game. You can't just get it for
the Savannah Bananas.
Right, you have
the Savannah Bananas are the draw. The Cardinals are the package deal.
What does that say?
Problematic.
It's a rough time.
Yeah, I wonder how they're doing with their season ticket renewal, if that's been a huge issue for them.
So I got this text on Friday night, and I was talking about being at the Blues game yesterday, and on Friday night, anybody watching the Blues and Predators, Doug, I feel like you're my only chance here. I'm quite confident. You were, Michael?
I saw a little bit of it. I'm going to tell you why, and it goes back to you guys. By the way, thank you for having my brother on the show recently.
The great Kevin Wellington. The audience raised $13,000 for Annie's Hope.
I thought it was $6,000. It was $13,000.
And then people podcast and then raised another $6,000, $7,000 after the fact. Yes.
So on Friday night, tip of the cap to DeSmet Jesuit alumni Michael Shanahan Jr. He gave my brother and his kids some tickets, and he put them right behind the Blues bench.
How do you do?
And they watched that game from those seats, and they just had a marvelous time. So tip of the cap to Mike, and so I saw some videos of it, watched some of the game. High scoring game, a lot of fighting. So it was a great game.
7-4. So Doug, are you aware of this little anecdote?
What?
So, the Blues and the Chiefs have this.
They cousins?
Is that fair? This partnership, this unspoken bond. The Chiefs, Clark Hunt, of course, voting for Stan Kroenke's project. Doesn't matter. They were going to move anyway. That's fine. Hey, God bless. To each their own. I don't get on board with the Kansas City Chiefs. If everybody else in town does, that's wonderful. It doesn't affect me in any capacity. I just have to present this as part of the history of St. Louis with the NFL and what I believe was a conscious strategy to increase the market footprint of the Kansas City Chiefs by the owner. Hey, that's business. God bless America. The Kansas City area does not have a hockey team at the moment, so the Blues have had their players go out there before. Ryan O'Reilly skating around with the Chiefs helmet and pregame warm. So Creed Humphrey, who is a offensive lineman for the Chiefs, they show him on the scoreboard on Friday night. Big ovation.
Really?
Yeah.
People knew who he was?
I had the Chiefs offensive lineman.
Yeah, the old Chiron under it.
Otherwise, if they hadn't had that on there, would people know who he was?
I can't imagine.
I wouldn't think they know a whole lot of Chiefs offensive linemen.
I had friends, however, texting me that Oli Marmol was in the building, and they did not care to show him. They did not care to show him.
Is it possible they just didn't realize that he was there?
I can't speak to motive for anything. I can just tell you what my compadres have told me from the festivities on Friday night.
What do you think the reaction would have been?
Well, I think that if you were asking me my reasoning, they show the Chiefs guy because they know it's going to go on.
Yeah.
And then they know it's going to go on if they show Ali Marmol, and so they don't show Ali Marmol.
It's like when I was at the Bragging Rights game in 2012, and they showed Claire McCaskill, and it didn't go well.
No, I wouldn't think so.
So yesterday they had lookalikes, and there was a Taylor Swift lookalike, and the person got booed.
Is that right?
Wow, I didn't know that was going to resonate with you like that. Yes.
Well, we've talked about something like that before, but they did it again.
So, yes, I saw it yesterday. They were showing a bunch of different people. And then the very last one was a Taylor Swift lookalike, and the person got booed, not because of the person, but because of Taylor Swift. And is that strictly a political thing?
I have to imagine.
Okay.
Because if they're showing Creed Humphrey and he's getting all these cheers, it's clearly not an anti-Chiefs thing.
Right.
So, yeah, I would think it'd be political.
In other words, you're trying to tie in the Kelsey thing. Yeah, it wouldn't be anti-Chiefs around here, man. This is a Chiefs market. I can't help it, Jackson.
Remember the final days of Mike Keenan's tenure as head coach when they would show a shot of him, people would throw tomatoes at the video board.
Really?
Not really, but they would.
You thought there were tomatoes sailing up over the ice?
I don't.
They booed so
the 80s
loud.
were wild.
He was fired shortly after that. When it got to that point, I think
Captain Hook
management got the hint that maybe we ought to move on.
Who was the one who was getting slap shots hit at him?
That was Quinville. Brett Hall took a shot at Quinville once.
That's one of my
As the story goes, I didn't see it, but that's what they say. I think it was just a wrist shot. I don't know if it was a slapper.
You don't know if he really took a pass.
Probably wrist shot. He can control it, get close and not
What's
hit
the
him.
football equivalent of that? Just like tackling, like sacking your head coach.
Yeah.
Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson Michael, for the record, says is attractive, but he's not attracted to him.
Thank you for that clarification.
Elaborate.
Kelsey would have been booed also. He's a woke sellout. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
I don't know about that. I don't know that he'd been booed.
The rationality.
There's just an anti-Taylor Swift thing. Just because she's so popular now, it's kind of cool to not like her.
Is that right?
I think that's part of it. I think it's an oversaturation thing in a little bit. Like you can't turn on the TV without seeing Taylor Swift. Now you go to the Blues game and you see Taylor Swift, even though she's not there, kind of involved in the game day experience. I could see a little fatigue there, but I think part of it's also political.
Of course, Libby Jack thinks it's political and wants to blame blue-collar workers. The reason they boo is just because people are tired of her popularity and her being shoved in everyone's faces 24/7. Personally, I think she's a generational talent. Can't hold a candle to Tim's talent, though. That's from Mr. Licks.
It's the problem is I agree with so much of that, but then the beginning part was so wrong. So, like, I don't know. That puts me in a tough spot. You know, it's like you had me in the first half.
Good to hear from Licks.
Isn't it?
You're a big Mr. Licks guy, aren't you, Michael?
Always loved his fodder.
Let's see what I got here. Bluesier girls at the game would have been throwing their panties if they showed Harrison Butker. Is that correct?
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Is that right? I didn't know that he was I don't know all these popularity things.
I don't know.
All I know is the offensive lineman of the Chiefs, rousing ovation. The manager of the Cardinals, not shown.
Probably the happiest person about that is Eli Marmol.
Yeah,
Thank God.
They used to always show Wainwright and Yachty.
Oh, yeah, they would be regulars, and they'd get everybody fired up.
Yeah.
And I assure you, if they were there on Friday or Sunday, they would have shown them.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have.
I like it when they show an athlete, especially it seems more popular at hockey games. Taylor Lewan, I think, did it, where they just down the beer that they have in their hands.
And
and
his
people go
child
nuts.
was with him and downed like a Sprite.
Yeah, that was like that's awesome. Like that gets the people going. That's the game day experience I want. just hammer a beer. I think it's great.
Marmol at the Enterprise Center with his posse reminded me of what it would be like if Billy Haywood managed the Redbirds and attended the local hockey game. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster
Billy
Grove.
Hayward had those twins playing well.
What posse did he have with him?
Yeah, what, like Turtle? Like, what do you mean a posse?
Did he have Johnny Drama with him?
Yeah, that's I didn't know he had a posse.
Did he go with a bunch of dudes? Was that the deal? Or?
I was not in attendance. I just had a number of people texting me about that he was in the building and they hadn't shown him on the game, but they showed Creed Humphreys and the whole place went bat crap.
When is his contract up?
Well, as you expect, after finishing in last place in 2023, they gave him an extension
right.
in March. And just was like, well, of course. You know,
in case we get off to a bad start again.
All the success means extension.
That was an odd reason to renew him. Well, if we get off to another bad start, we don't want the speculation to begin.
For the life of me, that is an all-timer. Mm-hmm. That is an all-timer. The extension to Ali Marmol before the season starts. Well, we figured out the pitching. Is that right? Did you? Let's see what we got. Licks would call her a talent. She knows how to play 4 chords on the guitar. She sucks! That's from Wedding Tackle, who is not on board with Mr. Licks.
Yeah. So you can't. Music is so. It shouldn't be so divisive, but it is.
She's, I think, the biggest individual star since Michael Jackson, probably.
I think I'll agree with your take.
Yeah.
And before that, you got to go to Elvis.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. It'd be tough to, I think numbers-wise, it'd be tough to argue. I think Drake's up there, but yeah.
Doug, would you say Taylor Swift or Drake?
I'd say Taylor Swift. By a lot.
What do you say, Jason?
Drake's got more slaps than the Beatles. He said it himself.
More slaps than the Beatles?
Yeah.
What the hell's that supposed to mean?
Not a John Lennon reference. It's a reference to #1 songs.
Oh.
Did you guys see the mask that Binner is wearing tomorrow? It features Wainwright, Yachty, and Albert. Wainwright tweeted about it. Did you see that?
I didn't see the tweet. I saw the mask, but I did not see the Wainwright
Yeah, so
tweet.
Wainwright did tweet about it. That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, you would expect him to be in net tomorrow. You will not be happy about it. You are calling for more Joel Hofer. You remember the non-ling, longtime participant here on TMA, Kevin Lorenz? He sent in this text to my phone right after you said it. Quote, Warner's done. Put in Bulger. Making reference to 20 years ago. And I said, wow, you must not be on board with Doug's take. He said, yeah, not the greatest. Can't defend yesterday, though. Tough game for Bennington. Tough game for all of them. A whole lot of low percentage. Nothing there. So that's the non-links assessment.
How are you going to judge goalies if not by save percentage and goals against average? One-loss record. What metric are you using to tell me that Bennington's better?
Attention paid when the puck's at the blue line, or one of the lines. I don't know the lines.
Is that a stat?
Hofer pays attention.
What was it Turek?
Jackson's making reference to the, and we will celebrate the 20. I think there's a bobblehead, the 25th. You have Owen Nolan from like a little microscopic bobblehead, and then Roman Turek, whose nickname was Large, right in the foreground as the puck goes sailing from center ice past him in Game 7 of the 2000 playoffs. Doug,
Bennington's record this year is, counting overtime losses as losses because we count the wins as wins, he's 9-17. Hofer is 8-4. Goals against, Hofer 275, Bennington 293. Save percentage, Hofer 905, Bennington 895. So tell me again how much better Bennington is.
All right. Well, I mean, I wouldn't ask Jackson, honestly. He's probably not the go-to. All due respect, of course.
Appreciate it.
But Chris Kerber is going to join us, and we can talk it over with him. He's going to join us next. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here with you to talk about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. I've gotten a chance to know Dan and his team and visited their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. So impressed. Invited them to come by our home to see what work they can do with us. It is really impressive, the custom work that they do, whether you're going to add on a pergola or if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. You can see it for yourself at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or call 636-532-5008 if you're ready to take your outdoor space to the next level. Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build would be the people I recommend. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or call 636-532-5008 and let them know that I sent you their way. TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne is out this week. Michael Wellington is in today. Cam Jansen will be in tomorrow. He was on the call of the game with Chris Kerber, who joins us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel and the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. The game yesterday, man. I know I was listening to you and Cam talking about it right after the game and listening to the Curbside podcast, and it's exactly what I was saying in the final few minutes. I'm like, man, this is a real missed opportunity, and that's what you guys were saying as well, and it goes back to special teams, unfortunately, yesterday. What do you think of the Blues power play and also the PK?
Well, it really ends up being a missed opportunity, especially, kind of when you look around what else happened in the National Hockey League, right? And the Senators end up beating the Minnesota Wild 3-1. And so you could have been, 2 points closer to that. Vegas ends up beating the Calgary Flames. That's a team that's just ahead of you that you're trying to track down, and you'd have been sitting 2 points closer to them at that point in time. So it really was a missed opportunity there. And for me, I look at last season, I look at this season, I look at where the team is in this transition period, Tim, and it's just you aren't going to get to the next step until you're winning some of those games. And you can sit there and say, wait a minute, Ottawa just beat the Wild. No, I get it. Even the teams that have struggled this year are going to beat good teams, but the St. Louis Blues over the last couple of years haven't been consistent enough against the teams below them in the standings. That said, last night was all about special teams. 5-on-5, you did what you needed to do. I mean, I think the Blues had 73, 74 shot attempts to the 26 of Buffalo. It wasn't even close. Having said that, the reality of it is the power play hasn't been good all season. It hasn't been a difference maker. They're trying different pieces almost every single game, it seems. And, yeah, they get the odd goal here or there, or they've gotten a couple of goals right after a power play has expired, but it just hasn't been good enough. And if your power play is not going to be good, your penalty killing has to be really good. And, unfortunately, special teams was the difference maker last night.
I heard your broadcast with Cam Jansen, and it didn't seem like either one of you were terribly impressed by the play of Jordan Kyrou. What was he doing that he could have been doing better?
This is the next step for Jordan Kyrou, and I think he's made tremendous strides this season, to be honest with you, Doug. You see him out after practice working on skill sets. You see him another level. But when you hear Jim Montgomery talk about game management, that I think is where the next thing that he's really focused on with some of these top-end players. And just too many times last night, the touch after Jordan Kyrou would be the other team. It would be trying to seam a pass through a guy's skate and stick, and they block it. 6-on-5 gets the yips, and a lot of times, those passes get deflected away. I don't know if he was hard enough on pucks in the corners, trying to chase that game down in the end. And yet at the same time, he shows the ability to pick that puck up, kind of wheel it around. No one can take it from him like Patrick Kane, and then he fires a great shot and gets it through to the net. So I think what you heard from us is just some of the description of the inconsistencies that were in there yesterday. And I think a lot of that comes from, honestly, somebody trying to really get a job done and probably, the old phrase, trying too hard. We talked to Steve Ott after the game about sometimes you just got to keep it simple, and Jim Montgomery mentioned it afterwards. If the play's not there, get it below the goal line and go to work at it. That's why a guy like Nathan Walker was able to get the goal, and that still is why some of the top-end guys for the St. Louis Blues, are still really inconsistent, to be honest with you.
Chris Kerber with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington with you here on the program. It's 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. In the previous segment, Kerbs, Doug was talking about his perspective that Jordan Binnington has not been the guy this year, and he'd like to see more from Joel Hofer. Doug, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'd be curious to have you and Kerbs discuss your perspective.
Yeah, I was just saying that it feels to me like Joel Hofer has been the better goaltender this year. Am I crazy to say that?
Yes.
I am. He's got the better goals against, better save percentage, far better record.
Look at the teams they've played against.
Well, Bennington had Buffalo yesterday.
It's not that much big of a difference when you actually look at the actual numbers. But you look at, I think, the schedule, and I think part of the difference is look, I think Jordan Bennington's been fine. Is there room for Bennington to be better? Yes. I don't think you're at a point where you're going to see a changing of the guard by any means. I think Joel Hofer's come in and done exactly what he needed to do. You know, somebody could be frustrated with Bennington's game last night, and then you think, okay, well, how do you respond to the shutout against Detroit, right? And it's here or there. Look at that defense. Look at the first goal that Buffalo scored. It's a face-off play, and nobody picks up the backside forward. It's a power play goal from Tage Thompson. It's one I'd like to talk to Jordan about. Obviously, I won't see him in Chicago yet today, but you know, Tage Thompson has an elite shot, and for some reason and somehow on a power play, they entered the zone with a 3-on-2, and Oscar Sundqvist got caught up ice. I look at it, Doug, like this. I almost want to separate the two parts of the season, the first 20 games and then the coaching change to now. The team wasn't good enough defensively. The team was confused in the defensive zone, and there were just far too many backdoor chances, things like that. I think that goal that made it 4-0, their fourth goal last night is one that clearly Jordan Bennington has probably 9 times out of 10, but shoot, every now and then he's going to get that. I don't think the goaltending has been an issue for the Blues whatsoever. And that's, I look at it and think that you're fine no matter what. I think some people would think, and if you talk to maybe David Alexander, they might think that maybe Jordan played too many games earlier in the season. I think they'd like a game plan where they save some of those moments for the second half of the season, but because the team was struggling, because you had a coach that was, kind of battling for his own career in some respects, I think they hung their hat on him. And so there's some of that balance there, but no, I don't think we're at the point there. Now, keep this in mind with Jim Montgomery. Jim Montgomery was at a point, with the Boston Bruins where he basically played his goaltenders every other day. And I think as we move into this further into the season, I think you'll probably see a much better balance in the second half than we did see in the first half. And that tends to go more towards Jim Montgomery's history than anything else.
With regard to tomorrow, we're going to likely see Jordan Bennington. That would be stunning. Otherwise, what are your expectations tomorrow as the Blues get their third opportunity to play in the Winter Classic and get a chance to hopefully capitalize on a team that is experiencing some struggles like the Buffalo Sabres this year and the Chicago Blackhawks?
Yeah, and then Chicago scored first last night on Dallas and then spit the bit and gave up another 3. So first off, you got to be excited about this, Tim and Doug. Like you guys were so entrenched in covering the team, over the years. And you remember when these outdoor games started and every team in the league was like, what about us? And, are we going to get a chance to play? And you'd see Chicago and Boston and New York and Washington and Crosby with Pittsburgh, and you'd see these teams in it. Well, as the Winter Classic's gone along, it's spread itself out. I think it speaks volumes about Tom Stillman and his ownership group, Chris Zimmerman and his leadership group on the business side, Doug Armstrong and the type of product that this team has consistently put out on a pretty regular basis since he took over, and then specifically the St. Louis fans, the TV ratings, the radio ratings, the way that they travel. The fact that the St. Louis Blues have been selected for a third Winter Classic in 8 years, which also includes an all-star game on home ice, I think it's fantastic. And I think people have to keep that into perspective. What do we expect on the ice? Supposedly a lot of rain tomorrow morning. It should taper off in the afternoon. Who knows if that turns to snow? Hopefully the timing of those forecasts are correct. You're going to have to keep it simple. You want to stick handle and stuff, and Braden Shen talked about this. If you want to stick handle and try and, deke people at an outdoor game, that puck's going to be bouncing all over the place and things on you. And then the NHL does a terrific job with the quality of ice, but you just have to keep the elements in mind. So I think if they keep it simple, straightforward game, and whichever team just gets it to the front of the net and wins some battles will win this game. But take the fun out of it, Tim. Man, you got to get these 2 points.
Yeah.
And it's you messed up by not getting them last night, and you got to get them tonight or tomorrow night, tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. What do we call that? Dusk?
Doug, you call it dusk, 4 p.m. in December? That's dusk?
I'll accept it. All right. I'll accept that.
Is dusk okay? So, yeah, the park closes at dusk unless you're playing hockey. So, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'll tell you what. I don't know about you guys. I think the position of the coach in this situation has to really stink to have to look at one of the guys on your team and say, you're sitting this one out.
Yeah. Well, maybe they'll get them both in for a moment.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not talking about the goal. I'm talking about like if they keep the defense the same, and it's Scott Perunovich who did play in Minnesota.
You're talking healthy scratches.
Talking about your healthy scratches. I mean, that's got to be a bit of a stinker, but. It'll be fun to talk to Jimmy Montgomery because he now will have been the head coach of a team at Fenway Park and at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, that's a unique little statistics there. Well, the Blues and Blackhawks, you can hear it here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop 4 p.m. tomorrow as the Blues will try and get 2 points against the Blackhawks for their third Winter Classic. Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Enjoy the festivities in Chicago, Kerbs. We appreciate the time, sir.
All right, guys, we will. Hey, Alex Ferrario is going to be he's got an extra hour, so pregame coverage will actually start at 2 o'clock tomorrow, and then we'll get the game going. So everybody have a great, safe, happy New Year, and then we will see everybody back home when we get back.
Thank you, Kerbs. Thanks, it's Chris Kerber with us here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. You can email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, or call in Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, Classic Air Care wants to make sure that they wish everybody out there a Happy New Year, that if you're going to celebrate it out and about, you do so safely, and please get home safe. When it comes to taking care of your home and your HVAC needs, please keep them in mind. It's Classic Air Care. I encourage you to go onto their website, check out the reviews that they get, classicaircare.com. It's a 4.8 Google rating. You have to earn that with great quality service. People then have to go onto the website and they have to tell you about their experience, and you're going to find some great experiences. They came to my house. They tuned everything up. They got it set for the winter. I know it's safe and everything's ready to go. And when I travel a lot during the winter months, and I also know that if it does break down, and it is a machine, so I expect it to break down at some point in time, I know that I can call Classic Air Care, and they're going to get out to the house and fix it. If you need to buy filters, you can do it right from their website. If you're thinking about a new unit, you can get a quote directly from the website in minutes, and it's free. Classic Air Care will take care of you as you head into the new year. Keep them in mind for all your HVAC needs. It's Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926.
Series, baby. World Series, baby. World Series, baby. World Series, baby.
No attempt to sing
it, Doug.
Boy, Sexy Back had this country in the chokehold when it came out. That song rocks.
This song rocks.
Yeah, both versions.
Thank you. It's TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. We're on YouTube, so you can see how cute we are. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington, and for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, manning the phone lines. 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service, the sponsor of the text inbox. 314-399-9646. Martin is vacationing the Hamptons, and Michael will be driving straight down to Palm Beach County from these studios. Doug?
That's the plan.
After you get your car back from Munganess, so you know for sure it'll be ready to go.
That's right.
Car should be finished around 11. Timmy, should we touch on the death that took place at our golf course down at Sandhill Crane?
Oh, no.
Oh.
Remember that?
Yes.
How about that story?
That's alarming, Doug. It's a public course in Palm Beach County's public course,
Gardens.
I think. Palm Beach Gardens, okay.
Yeah.
A guy's out there playing. I mean, it's a great place for, public course is world class. There'll be guys who are really good players who use that short game area because of how quality it is. And a guy's just playing on the first hole. This happened earlier this month.
Yeah.
And a random guy just comes out and starts attacking him, takes his golf club, and beats him to death in the first fairway.
Oh, my God.
Really?
Drags him into the water.
Correct.
Drowns him and kills him. Sandhill Crane Golf Course in Palm Beach County. Yeah, Palm Beach Gardens. For those of you who go down to Jupiter for Cardinal spring training, I would highly recommend that golf course. Although it is now one of the rare statistics that it's had a murder on its first fairway.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Yeah.
They caught the guy, I guess?
They did.
Oh, yeah, he was there. A West Palm Beach murder suspect is accused of beating a man with a golf club and choking him on hole 1 of the golf course. The Palm Beach Gardens Police Department stated that on Monday at around 1:22 p.m., they responded to the Sandhill Crane Golf Club. Palm Beach Gardens Police Detective says police found the victim on the fairway of the first hole. The probable cause affidavit states that officers located the suspect fleeing from the scene. Officers were able to take him into custody after they used an electronic control weapon. Is that a taser?
Sounds like it to me.
Yeah.
Didn't Larry Connors get that?
Yes, he did. This appears to be a random act of violence where the attacker used the victim's golf clubs as weapons and viciously attacked the victim, ultimately killing him. There was no legitimate purpose for being at the golf course. He just showed up and started beating the guy. How about that?
Gosh.
I wonder if he knew him. Or it was just completely random.
I don't know this story.
But this is a place where we've played golf together. It's a place where I go quite a bit when I'm down there.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Normally, when you got your golf clubs, you have some sense of self-defense mechanism to swing back. But I guess if somebody walks up and hits you with one, you didn't expect it coming.
He had a court hearing, and he said, "I truly believe that I was a victim of witchcraft." That's what the attacker said.
Boy. I haven't We're talking mental illness then.
Yeah.
Wow. So, yeah.
Oh, God.
How about that?
That's terrifying.
Yeah, it really is.
No, horrible.
A lot of crazy people out there. A lot of them.
Ugh. That gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Don't golf anymore.
Well, so now you're withdrawing from the game?
I'd say, it's such an isolated thing, but it's you hear horror stories of people getting upset with another golfer, like what is essentially road rage. But this just seems totally. This guy's claiming witchcraft. Clearly, there's something off there. And it's totally random like that, and oh God. Ugh.
Yeah, I don't think we can blame the game.
No, it's like one thing if you hit into a guy.
Don't resign from the game.
What was the weapon? Golf club.
Yeah. Well, it's one thing if you're hitting into somebody. Mm-hmm. Have you ever been hit into? You're a little perturbed, but you're not, looking to kill somebody. I don't know.
No,
I'm not personally. Especially if it's like a good poke. If someone just hits a long drive.
Yeah, you typically doff your cap.
Yeah, I'd be like, if they come up and apologize, you say like, oh, great shot. But if it's like you're on the green and they hit like a 56 degree onto the green while you're still on there, it might be a little different.
You get hit by a golf ball. It's not funny. No, I know.
Serious
stuff.
I've come close, but I've never been. You ever been hit? Well, you've been on a million golf courses, really?
Yeah. When I was, I guess I was in college, I was caddying out in Aspen. And I walked ahead on a hole, and
thin
this
air.
guy hit a driver, and it didn't hit me on the fly, but one bounced into my back. Not too bad. But I've seen some things.
Yeah,
I've seen people get hit. Yeah, it's
fans
not
have
pleasant.
been hit at a lot of pro tournaments.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, you've really taken it.
Stitches, blood, you name it. It's bad. It can be bad.
Oh, I know. It can take an eye out because the golf ball will fit in the eye socket.
Absolutely.
You do not want to get hit in the face with a golf ball.
Or get killed on the first fairway.
No,
as the case might
stop
be,
playing the game.
as what happened at Sandhill Crane. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington with you. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Timberwolves just beat the Spurs last night, 112-110. Dante DiVincenzo with 26 points and 7 boards. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. Morning After, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. My name is Tim McKernan, alongside Doug Vaughn. Martin Kilcoyne's vacationing this week. Michael Wellington in today. Cam Jansen will be in tomorrow. The program is off on Wednesday, and we will be watching Texas, Arizona State, Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia, Notre Dame. Friend of the program, your former co-host on Nick and the Badger, Michael, Charlie Marlowe, will be calling in. He can't do the whole show, but calling in on Thursday because he is a big Ohio State Buckeye guy.
Boy, what a presentation we had with him and Joe Pelusi.
Oh, award-winning.
Hannah Hercules as well.
I could see the show coming back.
I can't.
All right, Doug, close the book.
You're not interested?
Close the book.
A reunion tour would be special. Quick question.
I am taking questions. Doug is not. I have to let you know.
This one is more posed to Jackson.
Oh.
Jackson, when you do these NBA reports.
Oh, don't focus on these. They are not popular with the 101 ESPN audience.
Can you choose any game to highlight and you decide to choose the NBA? Or why? What's the thought process behind your selection?
Yes, I can choose. The world is my oyster, and I choose Hoop Rock.
Is that just because you're avid fandom?
I think it's an under-discussed topic in the area, and so I'll be the one to talk about it.
This makes you an activist, not a journalist.
Nice, Doug.
You could say that. That's one way of framing it. I would frame it as, spreading the love. That's what I like to do, is spread the love.
You feel like it's your duty to report on a game that may not be viewed or watched by this fan base.
Yeah, it's not only my duty, but my right.
And especially with Dante DiVincenzo's performance yesterday.
26 points, 7 boards.
We lost a president yesterday, Doug. Jimmy Carter passing away at the age of 100. I thought that when Jackson said we have audio of Mike Francesa's eulogy, I was like, is this somebody doing an impression of it? But apparently Mike Francesa was on the air. Jackson, you describe him as what?
Perpetually.
He's perpetually.
Mics are always on.
He's perpetually on the air, including on a Sunday afternoon. I guess he was doing a post-game show. The Jets had a Jim Dandy of a game yesterday.
Everyone seems really into it.
And so he was doing a post-game show when the news broke of President Carter's passing. He made a beautiful tribute when former cartoonist Stan Lee, Spider-Man fame, passed away. Here is his tribute to former President Carter.
This will be touching.
I just see the breaking news that former President Jimmy Carter has passed away at the age of, amazingly, 100. I don't know if he's the first president to ever make 100. He was not a great president.
Gosh.
That is touching. I don't know if he will be asked to speak at
I
the
wouldn't
service.
think so. Gosh, such a life well lived. Served the country in the Navy. And governor of Georgia, made it to president. Tried desperately to bring peace to the Middle East. Great former president, building homes, working for Habitat for Humanity.
Just gets skewered on the Jets post-game show.
Gosh. And lived to be 100 and died peacefully at his home. Can you do it any better than that? Yeah. That's quite a life.
Eddie in Hoboken. What's up, Eddie?
No, let's get back to Eddie.
Hey, what's up, Mike?
What's happening?
Hey, Mike, Stan Lee died today. Did you ever meet the guy? What do you think of him?
Stan Lee?
Yeah, Stan Lee.
I don't know who he is. Don't know who he is, no.
Jesus.
Who is he? Who is he? Who is Stan Lee?
He was one of the creators of Marvel Comics.
Oh, who cares?
Oh, gosh.
Just a beautiful tribute.
He was in Mallrats as well.
Just a beautiful tribute.
Really?
The king of eulogies. Mike Francesa. Timmy, I think you were out. We played a clip of him when David Wright's number was getting retired from the Mets, and someone asked him, what did you think of David Wright as a ball player? And he just went on a 2-minute rant about him and David Wright's relationship off the field. He goes, me and David Wright had a lot of heart-to-hearts. And
I like that. That was well said.
And we eventually got on the right track, but he never mentioned one thing about him as a ball player. It was just about his relationship with David Wright. Oh, the king.
The king of eulogies, Doug. He always has a perfect way to sum up a person's passing.
You can't listen to him speak without bringing a tear to your eye. Reminisce about some of the good old days.
You can email into the program, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You are welcome to partake in the program in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. The Athletic, Doug. You love guessing games. This will be right up your alley. A group of sports executives was polled by The Athletic. I guess we could call that a Gallup poll then.
No. It has to be done by the George Gallup organization to be a Gallup poll.
And therefore, this Gallup poll has the rankings of the top front offices in Major League Baseball, NBA, NFL, and NHL. Who do you think is number one, and where do the Blues and Cardinals fall? You're going to find out.
Oh, that's funny.
Coming up next. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years, and Michael takes great pride in making sure his employees are happy and making a great living, and that's why he's offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. That's right, $7 a square yard. His passion is flooring, and when you order from Michael at Michael's Flooring, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price, and that's why he is making sure he gets the best installers and giving them a compensation package that includes $7 a square yard, which is incredible in this industry. Go to igotfloored.com to learn more about joining Michael's team. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it is back in style. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get locations in the St. Louis area, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. It's Michael's Flooring offering installers $7 a square yard. Go to igotfloored.com to join Michael's Flooring. Welcome back. It's TMH 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Michael Wellington is in for the vacationing. Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. Will you Fisher Window and Door Store is a sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour. And we welcome you to participate in this show. YouTube.com/TMASTL is how you can participate in the chat. Text in Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Stream the program anytime you want. Go back and podcast like the Dickens. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the TMA-STL app. Doug, you love a good guessing game.
I do enjoy guessing games.
And you love Gallup polls.
Well, if it's a real Gallup poll, I enjoy it.
Well, here you go. This is going to be one of the greatest.
Okay.
The Athletic. Gallup polled 40 executives
40
and coaches in each of the 4 major leagues.
Okay.
MLB, NBA, NFL, NHL, and asked them to rank the top 5 front offices in order in their respective sport. We pulled the same number of executives and coaches each time and used the same scoring system to rank front offices. First place votes were worth 10 points, second place 7 points, third place 5, fourth place 3, and fifth place 1. So, the question then becomes, what, pray tell, is the top front office in all of sports?
I'm trying to think of teams that are always in contention but might not have the money that some of the huge market teams have. And the names that come to mind are like the Tampa Bay Rays, Pittsburgh Steelers.
I got it. Number 4.
Which one? Tampa?
Rays. I'm sorry, Rays, yeah.
Okay. Steelers get in there?
I do not see them in the top 10.
Okay. Well, is it like the obvious Dodgers?
Dodgers are number 2.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your applause. You have a guess, Michael?
I would pay 10 to 1 if anybody got this. So that gives you an idea.
You stole my Dodgers idea, but
by giving 10 to 1, you now know you need to look in the weeds.
Yeah. How about the Tampa Bay Lightning?
Tampa Bay Lightning are also in the top 10.
Are they?
Number 8.
Okay. This trumpet playing is making me nervous.
Pittsburgh Steelers, for the record, tied for 37th. They were tied there with the New York Yankees.
How about the Cardinals?
Cardinals did not get ranked.
They didn't.
They did not get ranked. They got 70 organizations received votes, including the Cincinnati Reds. They got 1 point. The Cardinals did not receive any.
Really? Because they took the poll recently and not 3 or 4 years ago.
Well,
it's been a rough 3 or 4 years.
Good morning.
Hello, I hear you. You didn't make it. Sorry. The Blues?
Blues did get ranked, but they are not number 1. The Blues are tied.
We're looking for number 1.
Miami Heat.
That's nice. Now you're starting to get a little warmer.
Okay, now I need clues. What sport is number 1 in?
Yeah.
Jackson's National Basketball Association.
Really?
Oh.
That jingle.
The Blues,
jangle,
for the record, tied for 44.
Oh, I
with
thought
the
that.
Rockets and the Pacers.
Nice.
Rockets.
Ime Udoka.
The best.
Dallas Mavericks?
No, I'm sorry.
Hell no. Got to add a wing.
How about Celtics?
No, I'm sorry. Jackson, you want to put a puck on net? And
I got those Spurs, that jingle, jangle, jingle?
No.
Wow.
Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yes!
Oh.
Good call. Yeah, drafting-wise. Tough to argue.
See, there you go, Doug. It was tough to argue with you.
They've won 11 in a row, I see.
They've got a good fan base, so I assume they have good people running that show.
Yeah.
Those cities that have like
And they got
one
nothing else in that
professional
city,
team,
yeah.
they go nuts over that team.
Thunder, Dodgers, Ravens.
They're always there.
They really are.
Aren't the
Always there.
Steelers always there too?
Yeah, but they don't. Well, I guess they have capitalized twice in the 21st century. Same with the Ravens.
Rays at 4, Stars at 5, at 6 the Celtics, 7 the Lightning. So Tampa represented our Chiefs. Number 8, number 9 the Panthers of the Florida version. Not surprising, and the 49ers round out the top 10.
Okay,
there you go. Cardinals did not receive a vote. Blues did and tied for 42nd with the Rockets and the Pacers. That's not bad, though, when you consider how many franchises there are.
Well, based on that,
When you're talking about 120, you're in the top third.
Right.
Yeah,
the executive, what are they weighing? As a fan, how do we view a front office versus how other executives view a front office? I think that's important.
I think you view it differently based on sport. And if you're talking baseball, you've got to view it through the lens of optimizing your market. But at the same time, you don't fault an organization for having resources. So the Dodgers did get 2, and I think one of the things that flies under the radar for the casual fan is that the Dodgers have been able to cultivate a lot of players from within. But their advantage, of course, is their monster amount of revenue, and that allows them to supplement those young players with just ridiculous contracts and the magic of their deferring money that may or may not be continuing to be allowed down the road. But you see both Tampa franchises in there maximizing their situations.
Yeah.
And then you see, the stalwart of the NFL right now, the Chiefs in the top 10. 49ers have been there. It isn't their year now. By the way, just from a wagering standpoint, I know, Doug, you're going to bet the over on Missouri, Iowa after the Pestis from Festus told us that he thinks that game's going over 60 points.
I checked on that, and Iowa didn't play any games this year where 60 points were scored. They did get to 59 once.
I got the last 2.
Chairman Kurt, you sent me 52-10.
54-10. They lost to Ohio State back in October of 22, and they beat Maryland 51-14 in October of 21.
Yeah.
So they've had a couple games,
but nothing this year.
So it's the under.
I just have no idea how to handicap these damn things. I just don't, I don't know. Yeah. I'll tell you this. Brady Cook, it's always such a narrative-driven thing. It's like a tweet. Never gamble based on, Twitter narratives. I felt like Ron Washington managed against the Cardinals based on, what would SportsCenter do, And it was great because he would pitch around pools to pitch to Lance Berkman, and I think that might have worked to the Cardinals' advantage, as weird as that is to say. With that all established, I think Brady Cook is on a mission to win this game. Now, that doesn't mean that he can do it. He's got a variety of players that are going to have to contribute as well. But I don't think that he's going to take this lightly, unlike other players who might just go, okay, we got to do what we got to do and be done with this thing. And I'm talking about college football in general with these bowls.
So I think he's taking it rather lightly.
Well, he's not participating.
Right, that's real lightly.
He's not playing.
No.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's not playing. You have a bunch of opt-outs. Iowa's got...
disappointing.
I think Iowa actually has more.
Yeah, I believe. They're both lower on the opt-out chain, but still,
Colorado had everybody playing, and they got worked over by BYU.
Boy, did they. I watched some of that. It was gross.
But I was getting to, from a wagering standpoint, the Detroit Lions have nothing to play for tonight. Everything revolves around their game next week with the Vikings.
Right.
Win that thing, and you got the number 1 seed. Lose it, and you're out. Not out of the number 1 seed. Of course, they're in the playoffs. So the fact that the Lions are in San Francisco and giving up 4.5 points tonight is eye-opening.
3 L's. Love, love, love.
No, because clearly Dan Campbell's planning on playing his guys. Otherwise, the number would be different. But just from a logic standpoint, that strikes me as a little risky. They're already so injury riddled that if they were to lose somebody in a game that, as crazy as it sounds, doesn't have an impact on the final standings in the NFC, that could be quite a situation.
Yeah, Chiefs are staring down something similar next week when you just basically have to let the Broncos win, Bengals are out, and you don't have to worry about Joe Burrow anymore. It's like, okay, that'll be easy enough.
Yeah, but the Chiefs have to do what's in their best interest.
100%.
You know what I mean?
And they got to stay healthy. That's the other thing. And that's, at this point in the season, especially like you said with the Lions.
But the Lions, for the record, the number was 3.5, and it's actually gone up to 4.5. Now, I realize the 49ers are not playing for anything, and they're injury-riddled themselves, but... I
think if I was the Chiefs, I would play maybe Mahomes and the first teamers, maybe a possession or two, just to keep their heads in the game during the week, just so they keep practicing, get the feel of it, and then yank them out of there maybe late first quarter.
Yeah.
I think it might be dangerous for them to sit and do nothing for 3 weeks.
Yeah. Well, I think there's some of that, but you also don't want to face the Bills, and if you could get the Bengals in to play the Bills.
Don't say Bengals. Bengals.
You pick one. It's either Mastacholi or Bengals. I'm not doing both.
He's not going to withdraw. This guy will not withdraw.
The guy's the king of telling people not to do, stop telling me what to do, and yet all he does is tell me what to do.
The Bengals are a band.
That's correct, Susanna.
The Bengals are a football team.
I hear it pronounced
Crazy Shade of Winter, Eternal Flame, Manic Monday.
Manic Monday.
I just don't really walk like an Egyptian. So I can't put it on my Mount Rushmore.
It was commercialized.
Yeah.
politically incorrect?
I don't know. It came out. Was that 86?
I don't know the years, Tim.
86? I will check on that. We'll ask Gabe because he's going to join us on the other side of the break, giving us his thoughts. I know he's excited about the Music City Bowl. We're only 4 hours and 24 minutes away from the ball in the air in Nashville, Doug.
Where are you going to watch it? I'm watching it at Lester's.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Can you get some wings?
Couple friends. I might get wings.
You should get the wings.
Corned beef? Corned beef sandwich?
I will not get corned beef.
Why? Oh, anti-Irish, I noticed.
I can't stand corned beef.
Anti-Irish? Yeah, thank you, Michael.
What's wrong with you?
I got some Irish in me.
Prejudice against Irish people?
I hate corned beef.
Put a little sauerkraut on there.
I hate sauerkraut's the worst. The absolute
good for you, though.
Oh, it's
really good for you.
horrible.
Do you know how good it is for you?
How good?
Really good.
How about that?
It's a natural probiotic.
Yeah, it makes your pee
helps
stink,
your
though.
gut health, which helps your mental health.
Does it?
How about that, Doug?
I should have some.
There you go.
Like a
So get
bowl
some
full
corned
of it.
beef, and we'll get some
horrible.
Gabe Bjarman's going to talk it over with us coming up next. He's brought to you by James Carlton. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington in for the vacationing. Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And we welcome the Collier and Thompson phone lines from PowerMizzou.com. Ladies and gentlemen, the Colonel, Gabriel P. Bjarman. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Well, we're excited. 4 hours and 21 minutes away from the Music City Bowl. My dad, who's a degenerate gambler, just texted me, Tim, what should I do on the Missouri game? We had a caller call in the 7 o'clock hour, Gabe. I'm sure you were live streaming, saying that he would take the over of 60 points, even though the number is 40.5. Do you like this thing being an old-fashioned shootout?
Yeah, obviously, two excellent offensive teams with their full offensive arsenals available. So, the gentleman that said the over of 60, I'm sure he has a 1-900 line where he claims to have won 87% of his bets.
Mega lock of the week.
Yeah. 5-star play of the year. Over Missouri, Iowa.
Only giving this one out to subscribers at the great low price of $946 a week.
That's a good deal, Doug.
Or a lie.
But Missouri is going to have Brady Cook at quarterback. How about Eli Drinkwitz sharing the story of, and I saw you talking about it yesterday on Power Mizzou, that he had a broken wrist when he was out there playing against South Carolina, that broken wrist taking place against Alabama. And he was out there grinding it, nearly leading him to what would have been the win of the year.
Yeah, pretty interesting. You know, the night after, in about the 24 hours after the Alabama game, I had 4 or 5 different people tell me, hey, he's got a broken bone in his wrist. He's probably done for the year. But I couldn't get anybody like officially to tell me that's what had happened. So, you know, you don't go say that's what happened if people won't tell you, at least off the record. And so 2 weeks later, it was kind of, hey, he's probably going to play. You know, and it turns out, I think we kind of all assumed at that point, okay, well, it wasn't a break. It was a sprain or something. Apparently it was broken. And look, we've asked Brady a number of times, what would it take to keep you off the field? And we've discovered a hospital visit won't do it and a broken bone won't do it. So if he's alive and has all of his limbs attached, I assume he would play football.
And this was his throwing wrist, right? His right on the right hand.
Right wrist, yeah. Hit it on a follow through twice actually at Alabama. So, you know, I question whatever you want, but I don't think anybody's questioned his toughness for a while.
No. And how's he feeling today? Is he anywhere close to 100%, or he must still be feeling it?
Well, we were just having breakfast. Despite the fact I'm in northern Missouri, me and Brady.
The Colonel sharpshooting you, Doug. He's coming for you.
He asked me not to share that on the radio.
Okay.
I have no idea. I hopefully he's good. You know, the catered meals have agreed with him in Nashville. He has not spent too much time eating hot chicken, but I don't know.
Oh, I do like that Nashville hot chicken. How do you bring that up?
I don't think I've had that.
It's a
Patty
wonderful
B's.
treat.
Okay.
Hey, Colonel, I was going to have some guys out as well. I saw your 24/7 counterpart of the Hawkeyes talking about that on the Tigers' lair yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we've known their starting running back and their starting quarterback are out for this game. They've got, I believe, a starting center has a broken hand. Not sure if he's playing, but there are 3 or 4 other guys. I mean, Missouri is closer to full strength than Iowa is in this game. Of course, we all remember the last time Iowa was without its top 2 running backs against Missouri, and some guy we had never heard of ran for about 210 yards in the Insight Bowl. So who knows?
Yeah, that was 2010, Doug. Missouri lost Iowa in the Insight Bowl.
I know we've talked quite a bit about Luther Burden and his potential future in the NFL and whether Cook will ever get a shot. Anybody else on Missouri you see on this team that's likely to wind up on an NFL roster?
Yeah, I mean, I think Theo Weiss is a draftable player this year. You know, day 3 probably. I guess day 2 might be potential. I think Johnny Walker is a kid that could get drafted. You know, I think a lot of guys will. Like Christian Williams will be in a camp. I'm not sure he'll make it, but I think he'll be in a camp. And, you know, probably that's it. Like, I don't know. Maybe Joseph Charleston gets an invite, but, you know, I don't necessarily think he's an NFL player. But they've got 3, 4, 5 guys.
That's pretty good for any 1 year. That's not bad. Yeah.
That's kind of where you got to be, is having multiple guys go pro every year.
Gabe, do you get a sense that the fan base is going to be large in traveling to Nashville because it's such a fun place to go, or do you think the fan base isn't really that intrigued with the Trans-Perfect Music City Bowl?
I think it'll be decent. I think that's why Missouri wanted this game and why Iowa probably wanted it is, fans can drive down. I mean, you could go down on Friday, spend the weekend in Nashville, go to the game. Honestly, it's going to end at 5 o'clock. You could even drive back to, St. Louis or Columbia tonight if you wanted to. So I think it'll be decent. I don't think it's going to be anything like, the travel to the Cotton Bowl or anything like that, because it is just a game that, Eli Drinkwitz called it an exhibition yesterday.
I love that. I celebrated that soundbite, Colonel, in the 7 o'clock hour.
As soon as Gerard texted me that's what he had said, I said, "Oh, that's going to make the people mad."
Did it make people mad?
Thrilled with that.
Did it make people mad?
No, it made a few people mad. And look, I get it. When you are a diehard fan, like if your team is playing, it's important, right? You guys deal with it during Cardinal season. You're firing people on April 4th, right? In a 1-10 game against the Pirates. Because every single time that the team plays, it really matters. And especially now, look, they are asking fans to invest more and more time and money in these. I get it. You want to think that every time your team plays, it is a life and death situation. But the people involved in these games simply don't treat it that way at this point. Look at I saw a stat the other day. I think it was like the 27th or 28th, there were 5 bowl games, and between the 10 teams, whether it was NFL, transfer, injury, or just opt-out, there were 147 players that didn't play. That is a mind-numbing number. I think bowl games, you can't decide how much a bowl game matters until after it's played. If you win it, it was very important, and it was a springboard toward next year. And if you lose it, it doesn't matter at all. And I think, look, Eli Drinkwitz has been pretty clear on most of these bowl games. They opted out of the one in 2020. I understand there was COVID. They could have fielded enough guys to play if they wanted to. 2022, they chose to go to the Gasparilla Bowl because it was before Christmas and they wanted to get all the guys home. Last year people comparing this to last year, that was the Cotton Bowl against Ohio State. That's not in the same stratosphere as the Music City Bowl against Iowa. And that does not mean that Missouri won't try to win the game. Look, the guys that are out there are going to do everything they can to win the game. They're going to call plays to win the game. They have the ball with 2 minutes left with the chance to win. It's going to be important. They're going to celebrate. But it's really about the month leading up to it that kind of tells you what you need to know about how the people involved treat these non-playoff games.
And they're in recruiting mode. It's transfer portal time. Yeah. And I think that's the much greater focus at this point for not just Missouri, but the vast majority of the organizations that are participating in these things. And, Doug, I called them organizations, and that's cool.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, you have to spend your time. Look, they hosted visitors for 2 weeks, and they were recruiting and all that. I've got a hard time believing, and this is not a knock on Eli Drinkwitz or Kirk Ferentz or any of these guys, but I've got a hard time believing that these staffs put as much time game planning for this game as they did the Inside Bowl in 2010.
Yeah.
The hours in the day aren't available.
Yeah. Hey, Colonel, we got the college football playoff getting back going tomorrow with Penn State, Boise State, and then the 3 games on New Year's Day. If there was one team that you had to wager on, factoring in the spread, for the record, that you love of these 4 games, which team would it be?
I don't know what any of the spreads are.
That's where I can help you.
I think Texas is a pretty heavy favorite, but they're the favorite I feel most confident in winning.
Yeah.
I think they might do so comfortably. I actually picked, I just posted some picks this morning as part of something I wrote. I picked Ohio State, I picked Notre Dame, and I picked Boise.
Wow, you went with the Fighting Irish.
Yeah, without.
And you went with Boise too. Look at this Colonel.
Look, these are heart picks. I don't wager. I don't have my own betting advice line. I would not advise anyone to take my picks. I'm rooting for 3 underdogs, and then I am rooting for Oregon because Ohio State fans are miserable.
I mean, I picked them to win. I don't really know why.
That's a drop for the record. Texas is a 13-point favorite. Ohio State a 2-point favorite. Georgia 1.5-point favorite, and Penn State an 11.5-point favorite for the record.
Ohio State is favored at Eugene or at Oregon
in Pasadena. Yeah,
yeah, not a road game. It should be a road game, but whatever. I think Ohio State's the most talented team in the country. And if they figure it out, as long as Michigan doesn't get, somehow put back in the playoff, I think they're the best team.
I see tickets for that Texas-Arizona State game in Atlanta. The lowest is $1,740.
Is that right? Really?
That's what it says, yeah.
Let's get a 4-pack.
That really surprises me.
They must be coming from Texas in big numbers.
Yeah, I would have thought Texas fans might wait another round, and I could not tell you a single thing about Arizona State's fan base and how they travel. I don't know.
Yeah. The Mizzou tickets, you can get them for $20 today. So
if you're in the neighborhood.
Yeah, if you're shopping.
I mean, hey, it's an exhibition. Cheap tickets are a must.
Right.
Yeah, I'd love to bet on it, just to bet on it, but I might as well just bet on a coin flip. You know what I mean?
100%.
That's the thing.
Look, the only factor in non-playoff bowl games to me is always who wants to be there.
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more.
In this game, I don't really I thought Missouri would win the Cotton Bowl last year, simply because I thought they cared to win the Cotton Bowl a lot more than Ohio State.
Yep.
This year, I don't know. These programs are pretty similar. They both, I think, have coaches who get kids to buy in and have pretty good cultures and all that. I don't have a clue on this one.
I do think, and I don't know, I think you'd agree with me on this. I do feel like Brady Cook is like a 10 out of 10 on the care scale. Now, that's one guy, so he can only do so much. But who will he be focusing, you think? Who will be getting all the targets for him? You think we're going to see a lot of Speedy? Manning?
I think it's got to be mostly Theo Weiss. And,
Weiss. For whatever reason, I was thinking he opted out, so he didn't opt out. Okay.
Yeah, no, Theo's playing. I'm super high on Josh Manning. I could see him, having a day of over 100 yards where Missouri fans go, oh, wow, this is our guy next year.
Yeah.
I think he's an NFL receiver. I think he has a chance to really be a star the next couple seasons.
Doug, how about a prop bet on Manning today? Maybe that's how we get our dopamine hit at 1:30 on a Monday.
Brady Cook rushing touchdown seems like a lock.
Brady Cook rushing touchdown.
They're really good at getting to about the 3-yard line, then Brady takes them home.
Interesting. All right, Gabe, you going to throw something on that?
Oh, obviously. I just got to get back home and hop on my account. I don't think it's legal yet, but yeah,
all right.
I mean, look, I just spray money all over the place every weekend.
You're making it rain.
Flip that off. That's the car. Are you doing a post-game show?
Doing a post-game show, wrapping it up, and then heading over for. Can't believe we didn't talk about Mizzou, Alabama State tonight.
There you go, Doug. Alabama, Missouri fun. It'll be fun to see the Crimson Tide come to town.
No, a lot of buzz about the Music City Bowl, not a lot of buzz about these Alabama State Hornets.
They're the Hornets?
Yeah.
I had almost forgot they were playing.
If you can still make it to Nashville, rumor is that Tina E will be live at Tootsie's on Broadway.
Yes! Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it's time for her to play Broadway in Nashville. Colonel, we always enjoy it. Thank you so much. Enjoy the Music City Bowl and even more so the Alabama State game.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks.
There he is. That's the Colonel,
Gabe.
brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. Michael Wellington's car is at Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Doug,
where else would you want to take it?
I don't know.
It's the best place to go to get service. Whether you bought your car there or not, this is where you go to get it serviced. All makes and models, they'll handle it. And they've got a special phone number that gets you straight to the muckety mucks. I'm going to go ahead and give that now.
Do it.
314 314-252-0029. Felt like you didn't write it down. Here it comes again, 314-252-0029. That'll get you right to muckety mucks like Jamie Burkhart and Peter Mungenask, Ryan Seiberg in the service department. They just do fabulous work. That's why all of us take our cars there. That's why we buy our cars there now. They got great selection at both Mungenask, St. Louis Acura, and Mungenask, Burkhart, Alton Toyota. You got to check them out online. They got all the cars there. Take a little look-see before you visit in person. stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Just a fantastic dealership, both of them. They'll do you right. They've done us right for many, many years. Check them out if you're in the market or if you just need your car serviced. That's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
There it is. Mungenask, St. Louis Acura, Mungenask, Burkhart, Alton Toyota. Send your emails in. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Coming your way at 10:45. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington with you. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt answering your calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. This is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt with you here on the program. You're welcome to participate in the show. YouTube.com/TMASTL. That is how you can watch and participate in the chat. And Doug, L. Duncan, you know who L. Duncan is?
L. Duncan, I don't.
What is she not happy about, Jackson?
Something that we've talked about before, the college football overtime rules.
Who's L. Duncan?
She's on ESPN, one of their many panel shows.
Oh, okay.
Where it's just all takes all the time.
Okay.
And
sure.
But this take is actually one that I think we would all agree with.
Oh, I'd like to hear
we'll take a listen.
Okay, go ahead. Hit it, please.
Yeah. Overtime rules. Hate it, love it, want to see it change.
I absolutely despise it.
It was weird.
I think it sucks because we have a whole entire segment on SportsCenter RC called all three phases, right? Offense, defense, special teams. That's what football is supposed to be about. And the way that college does it, you automatically eliminate special teams by not doing a kickoff, so you start at the 25-yard line. Then after the double OT, you move into a 2-point conversion battle, which is essentially has nothing to do with football, and it's much more.
It's like
about,
a dance-off.
It's like it's whoever has the best prowess in the booth. It's whoever has the best plays they can come up with, whatever gadgets they can come up with. It has nothing to do with actual football. You eliminate defense, you eliminate field position, all of the things that go into winning a game. I think it absolutely sucks. And I hate it. And at the very least, they can start by doing the same thing that the NFL does. You want both teams to get possession of the ball. I agree with college football over the NFL in that way. Kick the damn ball off. Let some of that come into play in determining who wins that game. Let football determine who wins that game.
Okay, calm down, Al. Calm down now.
I want to see Ohio State and Oregon decided by a 2-point conversion contest tomorrow around 7 o'clock, and then just be tweeting takes. I'll be tweeting takes and getting likes. Tweeting takes, getting likes. Tweeting takes, getting likes.
It's the goo, and that's going to happen. Like a major game is going to come down to this 2-point conversion fest, and people are going to be like, "What are we watching?"
Oh, all hell will break loose.
It's so dumb.
You don't find it kind of exciting to see the 2 points?
I don't like it because it's manufactured excitement. It's trying.
Shot at the Major League Baseball playoffs.
Yeah, it's Ghost Runner. It's like trying to make it more exciting without it being organically exciting.
But some of the things she said was kind of weak. That you take special teams out of it. Field goals are still a very big part of that.
What about the special teams?
She said whoever has the best plays is going to win. That's kind of football in general.
I get what she's saying.
Defense
she
involved. There is
well.
defense involved. You got to stop the other team.
But what about the special teams?
Special team. Don't forget about the special team.
You are clearly.
Did you watch the Georgia Tech game earlier this
Yes,
season?
and I thought it was a lame way to decide an awesome football game.
Did you enjoy watching, them go back and forth, though?
I enjoyed it like I enjoyed watching the TV show Ballers. What
does that mean, Doug?
It's pure nonsense, but it's like slightly enjoyable. It's like reality television of overtime.
You can't take your eyes off of it?
Yeah, it's like a train. It's just attempted manufactured excitement, and I think it's a bad way to decide important football games.
And this ties into Ballers how?
Yeah.
Well, it's just like this is trash, but I enjoy watching it.
What in the world?
It's like understanding it's trash, because yes, it is by definition exciting, but is it exciting in the right ways? And that's
I just liked that it kept going on and on and on.
I know, and that's what's going to happen. Is eventually, a really important game is going to come down to 2-point conversion, 2-yard play.
What do you think about this Ohio State-Oregon game? I think Ohio State's going to bury him.
I don't know. I don't know what to think about Oregon. I don't know. I don't know where I'm at.
Ohio State almost beat them at Oregon this year.
I know. When was the last time Oregon played a meaningful football game?
3 weeks ago.
St. Smithens Day?
You didn't have to say football there. You could have just said meaningful game.
That's kind of when you're trying to hammer it take home. National Football League.
Yeah, don't say that again.
Sorry. God, this guy's so on my ass today. Meanwhile, he's covered in glitter. Look at David Bowie.
I thought it made me look pretty.
I'm not going to deny it does.
Okay.
On the first night of Hanukkah, my father-in-law got me a squatty potty.
Nice.
Really allows the dumps to flow onto his chest, and the gift was nice too, Doug.
Don't need
That's
it.
from the doo-doo man.
Doo-doo man, you went too far, a step too far, and you have been suspended and put on notice. Suspended for a period of 2 days' time. Your name, even as we speak, is going right into the IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com suspension log.
What type of
it
thing
doesn't feel good.
can get you more than 2 days?
That
What do
is
you have to do to
interesting.
get
How
more
do you
than
get
2 days?
If you've been suspended and you write in something else, the charges can be trebled.
That's correct.
So they can double effectively?
Tripled.
That is a good night one gift, though. You want the big gift on night one.
Squatty potty.
And that's clearly, that's a big gift.
Oh, is that right? You want the big gift on night one?
Ideally. That's kind of how it's always worked for me. It happened out this year where it was on Christmas night was the first night.
What did you get?
What did I get? My girlfriend got me a really nice bathrobe. A really nice bathrobe.
Oh, with
and
gold
I'm feeling
piping?
great about it. I love a bathrobe.
With gold piping?
Really? No gold piping, nor...
Does it have your initials,
no,
JB?
It's not embroidered like I'm Hef.
That would have been nice. That would have been so sweet.
But I was really hoping for a bathrobe, and I got a good one.
Maybe you can get an aftermarket embroidery with your initials.
Yeah, how about that? Why don't you go to the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom? She has that monogramming business.
It's a article of clothing that I would never wear outside of my home, so I don't see the point in embroidering. Who am I embroidering?
What kind of material is it?
Terry
Is it
cloth.
satin?
No, it's terry cloth.
Terry
Yeah,
cloth.
this is nothing cheap.
I could see you in silk.
Yeah, but that's bad for bathing purposes. That's good for lounging.
You don't
Why is it bad for bathing?
Well, you don't want to get into a silk robe after you get out of the shower.
Why not?
I don't think that's the
You
textile
towel
of choice.
off first, then you go satin.
Yeah, But that's more for lounging. I'm looking to stay warm.
Do you put this robe on immediately upon getting up?
And
do you lay at the foot of your bed while you sleep?
Oh, no. It's only for post-showering. But also, like, hanging out pre- and post-shower, like pouring a scotch.
Is it like one of those? Is it one of those robes that Axel Foley gives to to Judge Reinhold and Taggart in? I
can remember Judge Reinhold.
I do.
Yeah, in Beverly Hills Cop.
Oh yes.
Remember?
Similar. I would say similar. I just enjoy kind of.
What year was that, Tim?
I would have to say 85 because The Heat Is On was from Beverly Hills Cop, and that was the 85 Cardinals song. So I'm going to go in 1985.
Those were definitely terry cloth.
84, but it was December, so you get the one year window.
Well, it was probably still in theaters in January of 85.
Probably Kenrick.
Cop 2 is better, though. We can all agree.
Doug, do you have a problem with that saying Cop 2? Now, that was Bob Seger's Shakedown, which was the 1987 Cardinals theme song. But did you know this?
What?
Glenn Frey, who recorded The Heat Is On, was supposed to do Shakedown, but he got a little vocal problem, so he asked his buddy Bob Seger to record it, and Bob Seger had a hit. What a wonderful gift.
Gosh, I didn't
Two
know
Detroit
that.
guys.
I really didn't know that. Didn't know
Two
it at all.
Detroit guys.
You like the sequel better?
Yeah, I like Beverly Hills Cop 2 better.
Was it because of the Ferrari?
Yeah, I just think it's more fun.
What about Brigitte Nielsen?
Brigitte Nielsen.
Mrs. Stallone.
She was a tall drink of water.
I'll have to dive into
Climb her like a
filmography.
beanstalk, Doug.
Okay.
EDF Group got a big boost in the 8 o'clock hour when Doug declared Jordan Bennington's career over.
No, I did not.
But you do want to see Joel Hofer get more starts.
I do, yeah.
There you go. Hey, and that was a take, and you acknowledged it was a take.
Right.
You gave the take, and you didn't apologize for the take.
No.
EDF Group sponsors Doug's Mittens when we do have hot takes. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington in for Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. It might be cold in Toronto, but it gets a lot colder when the Ice Trey and the Hawks come to town. 136-107 victory for the Hawks. Trae Young with 34 points and 10 assists. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
I don't know. I think it's warm garbage, but Michael requested it, and I'll yield the floor.
Okay.
You like it, Doug?
I've always kind of liked it.
Did Mark Gastineau appear in this video?
Is that right?
I don't remember
Pretty
that.
sure.
Mark Gastineau.
Mark Gastineau. Did you watch the New York sack exchange 30 for 30 that came out 2 weeks ago?
There was an awkward moment with him and Favre, was it?
Yeah. Wow.
I thought.
Yeah.
It seemed as if it was awkward.
I would say that that's a good read, a real good read. We welcome you to get involved on this program. YouTube.com/TMISTL. 196 people watching, Doug, on what I think is kind of a holiday for a lot of people, but I'm sure many people went back to work. I don't know.
Well, I think people probably went back. Although not a lot went back to work here, I noticed.
Oh, wow. Doug wants to take it out on the Hubbard staff. Go ahead. Air them out right now.
I think it's fine. It's great for them, yeah. But we have such hot takes, we can't take time off. You kidding me? This hot take manufacturers, we got to keep going.
Yeah, well, Mr. Licks has a take, and he's on the Collier-Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN. Good morning, Mr. Licks.
Licks.
Good morning. Tim, did you have a good Christmas?
I did. It's so magical to see the bright lights in my children's eyes during this Yuletide season. And Licks, you?
I did, yeah. A lot of goodies from Neiman's and I don't know. There's a lot of good stocking stuffers in there. If you ever need like cheap gifts under a couple $100, like to just throw in the stocking, go to Neiman Marcus.
Okay.
They've got all these little goodies.
Doug, little stocking stuffers under $200.
Right. God.
Doug,
what?
First you took down. You know what? First you took down Kevin Na. Now you're taking down Jordan Bennington.
Kevin Na?
I don't appreciate that.
When did I take down Kevin Na?
You were dogging him like 5 years ago, and he hasn't placed in a top 20 of a major championship in like 5 years, basically since you had the take.
Well, I don't
now
remember.
You're doing the same thing to Benner.
No, I'm just saying what I see. I think Hofer's played better.
R.I.P. to Jimmy Carter. I want to give a proper send-off on 101 ESPN for this.
Okay, well, hurry up. A little more energy would be appreciated.
There's a good piece in the Journal I'd recommend everyone.
You like that, the
Journal. Like, of course we know what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, 1% of the audience probably has
Oh, boy.
Doug, it is the headline on the Journal's site this morning.
I'm sure it is, yeah.
More than 10 million jobs were created in his first and only term, which is double that of Reagan. Sorry, Doug.
Yeah, he was a fantastic president for sure.
Yeah. Well, what
Licks, I got to be honest, I'm surprised you're a big Carter guy. I have to tell you. Rarely do we get an endorsement for Neiman Marcus followed by a Jimmy Carter moment. Doug, that's kind of a surprise.
I know, he's all over the map here.
Well, one thing he did right was nominate Volcker. Doug, you know a lot about Paul Volcker.
Sure, he and I are tight.
Oh, it was an economic impetus for years of prosperity.
Sure. So what is the point? What is the point you're trying to make?
He tightened things up. Carter was a great president. He was underappreciated. Okay, he laid the groundwork for the Soviet Union to crumble. People don't know that.
Oh, and how did he do that? By not going to the Olympics?
I'm not going to get into it, Doug.
Because you don't have an answer.
You called him, though.
I don't have time. I got to hit the hole. Here's what you know what else he did? He reduced the capital gains tax from 49 to 28%.
That's good. Yeah.
You like that, Doug?
Sure. Yeah. Love that.
Right. Downward trend. Still too high, but I like the downward trend.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it?
Hey, Jackson, you like Billions?
Yeah.
I'm rewatching Billions right now.
It's good. It's really good.
I think, Tim, on a rewatch, you'll notice this, but Jackson, you should be so embarrassed by that.
By By what?
The fact that you think Billions is this great show.
Well, now pump the brakes, Licks. You said, "Do you like Billions?" And I said, "Yes." Never did it come out of my mouth that I said it's a great show. So in real time, you just lied there.
Wow, look at this.
You think it's good though?
I do think it's good.
Here's my deal, Jackson. Here's my deal. Okay. I was scrolling YouTube Shorts right at night instead of spending time with my family. But
pro move.
There was some poker scene I watched of a kid playing some smarmy guy. I don't know. I haven't seen the show. It was the cringiest thing I've ever watched in my life.
So you've never watched the show?
I watched a scene from the show. It was like someone went to ChatGPT and said, "Hey, write me the most hammed up like Aaron Sorkin scene you possibly can, and put it in a TV scene." And that's what I just watched. It was honestly, it was disgusting.
Okay. It's like an all-time Giamatti role. I love Giamatti in that show.
Are you done?
What? Hey, one last thing. Hey, Welly, by the way. Hey, what's up, Welly?
Hello, Licks.
Hey. Hey, I like that Aspen drop earlier, by the way.
Why is that?
It's just cool. It was like, hey, I was catting an Aspen, whatever, man.
I was a kid. It wasn't because I was rich.
No, I liked it, though. I'm being genuine. Hey, one request.
So much.
This guy's an elitist.
Hey, St. Louis restaurants, can we stop with the Bang Bang Shrimp?
Well, who's got it going?
The appetizer list. It's on every appetizer list I go to. It's so tired.
Well, don't order it.
Shrimp. Everything is Bang Bang. What is Bang Bang about it? It feels like there's some racist undertones there, and I don't really know.
What would be racist about that?
Well, it's always like an Asian-inspired dish, and I don't know why they have to say Bang Bang.
Like a spicy.
It's kind of weird.
It's
I don't know.
spicy.
Yeah, right.
You prefer coconut shrimp?
No, I just don't. I don't want Bang Bang Shrimp. You put some spice on it. You say, okay, here's Bang Bang Shrimp.
All right.
And by the way, if you order sliders as an appetizer, just know you're just eating cheeseburgers before your meal.
Right. I have to agree with that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Doug, you are on board with that take?
Yeah, that I agree with. That's crazy. Is that it, smart guy?
I need to know how the golf season is going to go. Will the show talk golf at all?
When was the last time you were in Aspen? Since we're going to talk Aspen.
It's an airport to fly into, by the way.
I want to know if you really know it. Like, where do you hang in Aspen?
The descent you make into that strip, Welly, is scary.
Yeah, I understand.
Doug, the descent into the strip in Aspen, how does it compare to flying into St. Bart's?
Well, there's a lot more snow.
Yeah, you fly. I guess
Drop me a restaurant name in Aspen so I know you're legit.
I'm not going to.
No, of course not.
Oh, okay. What about a cigar bar? Can you name a cigar bar in Aspen?
Welly, I thought we were tight.
Come on. Can you name a breakfast spot in Aspen?
A breakfast spot?
Yeah, there's a few famous breakfast spots in Aspen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one would be the Hickory House for eggs and ribs.
Oh, eggs and ribs.
Where are you at, Lex? Come on, let's
start your day like that. Pork ribs and eggs.
Yeah, that's how you start your day. You lay a base for the Music City Bowl.
You're just giving up.
I'm waiting.
He's Googling right now.
All right, Lex, we gotta go.
Okay, gotta go. Not enough energy.
Callier's house and phone lines.
I think that yielded great results.
Yeah, great conversation not only on Bang Bang Shrimp and the surplus in the market, but also litigating the Carter presidency here. Doug, it was Mr. Licks who also recommended stocking stuffers for under $200 at Neiman Marcus.
I don't think I've ever ordered Bang Bang Shrimp.
It's like spicy fried shrimp. It's pretty solid. I like it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Have you seen enough of it, though?
No, I don't think that's a tired appetizer.
Boy, the Orson Woods wacko is celebrating what he feels like is a Mr. Licks defeat. Yeah. Exposed. God bless Wellington. That's from the Orson Woods wacko.
Thanks, wacko.
Licks, you should have just gone with the Aspen Cracker Barrel. That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
He didn't have an answer for any of it.
No.
Great job, Wellington. Not all heroes wear capes. That's from Shooter McGavin. And just like that, Licks gets owned by Wellington and proved to be the fraud that he's always been. That's from the Veiled Prophet. December 30th, 2024, the death of Licks. Licks Apollo Creed, Welly Ivan Drago. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Doug, they're celebrating the demise of Mr. Licks at the hands of Michael Wellington.
We suspected he was a fraud.
Speaking of, we talked about Bridget Nielsen in the last segment. She played Ivan Drago's wife, right? And
that is correct.
In Rocky IV.
Mm-hmm. And she and Rocky were an item there for a while.
Yes, indeed.
Sylvester Stallone, yeah.
Yeah.
In case you didn't know who played Rocky.
You think anyone had it better at that time? Like late 70s Stallone? Think anyone ran better? Maybe like McQueen in the late 60s?
I think the chairman of the board probably had himself a time.
Yeah, Palm Springs.
I get the sense that the Blues in the early 90s.
Yeah.
For sure.
Comparable to
No
McQueen, Sinatra.
Yeah.
I just get the sense, you know.
Yeah, but I'm sure Rocky had a nice run,
Yeah, probably. What time to be alive? Or late 70s.
I'm sure there's somebody tearing it up now. Who's tearing it up the most now?
Chalamet.
And you call him the Jawline King?
Yeah.
Doug, do you like that? You ever call a guy a Jawline King?
Lights out is Bob Dylan. Just lights out.
Jason Statham's doing pretty well these days.
You think he is?
I think so. I don't know if he's on the same level as...
You just got side-eyed by Jackson.
Well, he's just
I looked over at Jackson, and he just side-eyed you, Michael.
We're talking like McQueen in the 60s and Stallone in the 70s. Statham's a little long in the tooth.
Different time.
Tom Brady's single again. You think he's having trouble getting a date?
Probably horrible trouble.
He's got to do those damn football games.
Yeah, it's getting in the way.
I think he's going to tap out of that.
Yeah, I do too. I think he's not long for that.
He'll be tapping out. You think he'll be back doing it next year?
Yeah, I don't. I think that might be his final year.
Yeah.
I think the Raiders thing, like working out, has completely changed his probable.
Yeah, he has a good excuse to
disposition
leave.
towards it all.
The teams.
Yeah, I don't know. It always struck me as weird from the get go.
You don't think he likes it?
I don't know if he likes it or not. I don't know if he's the best suited for it. Not to mention he has no reason. Like, what's his reason to do it?
Do you
outside
think
staying in the game?
Do you think he's improved from the beginning of the season till now?
I don't know. As much as a broadcaster can improve, so I don't know. I never thought he was bad, but I never thought like, oh man, Tom Brady's calling this game. Let me fire it up. Yeah.
Who gets you fired up to listen to?
I like Kevin Harlan a lot. Anytime Kevin Harlan's calling any sport,
the game sounds important when he does it. He's got that big game sound.
Yeah, I really like him. R.I.P. Bill Walton. I used to listen to almost any game I could of Bill Walton calling games. That's a guy who would get me to turn my television on.
Rocky IV was in 1985, not the late 70s, dumbass. That's from Cuckleberry Finn.
No doubt, but Rocky, the original, like when that was 76, I think. And so in the aftermath of that, late 70s, early 80s, I assume Stallone was doing really well for himself.
Your thoughts on Sylvester Stallone and or Brigitte Nielsen? You can call in, just like Mr. Licks did. Michael Wellington will put you in a body bag at 314-974-0101. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, we got some inside word in the YouTube chat on this Music City Bowl, Doug. Right here on 101 ESPN, by the way. 1:30 kickoff. The delectable Danny Pintaro has released his play. You know him as Jonathan on
That's what I thought.
Well, he's a fan of the show, and he's in the YouTube chat, and he says, I don't see how Mizzou loses this game, so I will text my father back. I told him I wouldn't bet it. That's what I texted him, and I will now have to let him know that if you ever got a chance to watch Judith Light's son on Who's the Boss on ABC, was that Tuesday nights in the 1980s?
I don't know what night it was on.
Well, he has watched a lot of Missouri. He's watched a lot of Iowa. And
he's watched a lot of Tony Danza, it sounds like, as well.
And he is going with Missouri. And Doug will lay the 2.5, I guess. Or should I just go money line? Danny Pintaro, you tell me. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to bet on it. Give me a reason to care, you know?
Right. That's kind of where I'm at.
Here's my analysis. Brady Cook's going to do everything to win this thing. I love that Weiss is playing. Mm-hmm. I do like the idea of a Brady Cook rushing touchdown and maybe a big day from either Speedy Johnson or Josh Manning. Eli Drinkwitz's comments about it being just an exhibition and downplaying it kind of make me wonder if he knows that he's sending out some...
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Pigs for the slaughter,
right?
In a way. Yeah, I don't disagree.
So
there.
I can't like passionately go into this one and fire a large wager, and I don't really want to be bet.
Yeah.
You know, I want Missouri to win, so I don't want to be betting a total because that way.
I'm going to look to see if the uniforms are out, Tim, and see if that moves your mind in any way.
Black helmet, block M, hopefully.
Oh, yeah. What are they wearing?
This can get Doug going.
I know.
For whatever reason this year, they can only wear white pants or black pants. They, for whatever reason, are not allowed to wear yellow pants, or they didn't come in, or something like that. I don't know. Like the fabric.
They're with the Cardinals powder blues.
Joanne fabric had a shortage. So I don't believe they haven't been doing the uniform release thing ever since the debacle against Texas A&M.
God, yeah.
they stopped with the uniform.
Listen, if that was like a superstition thing, I don't blame them. That was one of the worst games I've ever watched in my entire life.
Wow.
I don't know if they're, but like I don't think they care about home and away, because I remember last year both Mizzou and Ohio State were in their like home colors. So I assume that we were.
Matter. Both teams could wear black jerseys. Can't do that.
No, can't do that. And so yeah, Mizzou probably won't be wearing a black jersey if I had to guess, because they don't really have. It's either black or white for Iowa. I don't know. If they're wearing white jerseys, Doug, does that change your opinion on how they're going to play?
No, as long as they're reasonable white jerseys, as long as they've got that black block M helmet on.
What's unreasonable if it's
white helmet? What if they go white helmet?
All yellow, yellow and white.
Well, they don't have yellow pants, so they can't go all yellow.
Okay, well, yellow tops, white pants. I want them to look like Missouri.
Would you rather the front of the jersey say Mizzou or Missouri?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I mean, I'm okay either way there. I guess Missouri. Well, did you see what Iowa State was wearing the other night?
Yeah.
Completely different team colors.
Yeah,
what the hell are they doing?
That was a little
black and white, right?
They were wearing black and white, despite their colors being red and yellow. I thought that was.
What's up with
I
that?
liked the script logo helmet. I actually thought that looked sharp, but it probably should have been red and not black.
What do you think? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Flip Wilson has given a parlay for the audience. If you're interested, Doug.
Okay.
If you want to ride with Flip,
well,
Michael. I know you'll be driving down to Florida.
Might as well gamble on
the
the way.
broadcast. Yeah. He's got Theo Weiss with an anytime touchdown. He's got Theo Weiss over 70 receiving yards, and he's got Missouri 20.5 total points over. He's got a $25 wager that will pay him $106.25. $106.25, excuse me, should all three of those occur. That pays plus 325 for the record.
Is he a regular gambling contributor? Should we take his word, or is this just a random communication?
He's a wonderful gentleman. I don't know about his, ROI this year.
He's not working in Vegas in a basement somewhere.
It's a $25 bet, so that might give you an indication of.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
But maybe this is just a little way to have some fun. Off for the holidays, I'll fire a little bet on the Music City Bowl. It's the only bowl game today.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, I have to tell you, I'm more interested in watching Illinois, South Carolina than Missouri, Iowa.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know what the opt-out situation is with South Carolina or Illinois, but if almost at full strength, both teams. It's actually a really good game.
Does South Carolina irritate you just in the way that they...
Jackson's irritated by him. He didn't like Shane Beamer.
Right, I don't love Shane Beamer, but I don't. South Carolina is not one of my teams that I really love when Mizzou beats South Carolina. Like when Mizzou beats Tennessee in any sport.
Right, I'm familiar with your thoughts on Tennessee. But I don't know. I feel the same way about South Carolina in many sports, not just football. I don't know why. They just seem irritating.
I've never had a problem.
I did like it when Spurrier was there because I love Spurrier. But since he's been gone, I kind of view them as...
The team I dislike from South Carolina is Clemson. That's the team I'd like to root against more. I don't like that.
Help clear something up for me about Clemson. Yeah. He won't use NIL? Is that right?
I don't think that's the case. I just think he didn't make it a priority at the beginning. Yeah,
come on, Dabo.
Dabo is, my reason for not I just basically it comes down to him running out on the field first. I think that is.
That's all it takes.
Oh, is that part of their routine?
Well, yeah, when they do
it, running down the hill.
Yeah, they do the Howard's Rock, I think it is.
And he goes first?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know
And
that.
he comes charging full steam.
Flying.
At some point, the sniper's going to get him, and that hamstring's just going to go.
Yeah, because he's in
exploding.
Yeah, he's in pleated khakis. It's not like he's in athleisure wear. Like he's in a stiff pant, and that could go sideways real quick.
South Carolina's laying 10 tomorrow against ILL. That's a 2 p.m. game for the record. You also have Alabama playing Michigan back-to-back years. They're playing.
Oh, yeah.
And Alabama's laying 13.5 against the Wolverines. And
I saw that Netflix special the other day on the sign stealing. Have you seen that?
I have not watched it. My wife and I have been talking about watching it, and it's been out for months, and we still haven't watched it. Was it good?
Yeah, it's very good.
I thought the Aaron Rodgers documentary was good.
Spectacular. I thought.
Yeah, so did I. I thought it was really good. And it's not what you think it's going to be. At least that's how I would describe it. It's a lot off the field, a lot of time in Costa Rica.
You know,
What's
it was
he doing
interesting.
there?
Ayahuasca.
Drugs.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It was interesting to me in that one that he talks a lot about losing his ego, right? Like
he talks about the death of ego.
Trying to get a hold.
Often. Basically,
what he's trying to get a hold of is his ego, right? And you would think a guy like that is really ego-driven, egocentric, and to his credit, he's trying to get away from that a little bit, which is not what like you said, it's not what you think is going to happen.
Right. I thought it was really well done. It's a 3-part series on Netflix, for the record. I don't know what's going on in the Kelly Clarkson show or why it's on our monitors here, but Jeff Goldblum is sticking his tongue out like a little frog.
He
is just licking his lips.
Dressed like the Joker.
Crowd is on their feet.
Crowd is on their feet.
Ariana.
Like a light-hitting middle infielder from the 2000s Cardinals has returned as a Rocky.
Right.
But they are delighted. Look at Jeff Goldblum.
They love the fans.
Is he on this show regularly?
I don't know.
What they're not showing
he has
is
an aggressive tongue, though.
They're not
I didn't know he had an aggressive. You know Jeff Goldblum had an aggressive tongue?
Sure.
I saw The Fly.
It's like Dusty Baker.
We're not seeing the stagehand aggressively telling the people, "Get on your feet."
Arthur and Larry Sanders show. He would wave the little band around. Martin is vacationing. Michael Wellington is in. He put licks in a body bag. Somebody wants to talk Aspen with Wellington. Is that right, Brett?
Brett, and he sounds super excited about it.
All right, Brett, you're on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Happy New Year, fellas.
Well, thank you, Brett.
Hey, Mike, so what years were you out in Aspen? Because I worked for X Games for 11 years, and I was out there every year. And you brought up restaurants to the gentleman that called earlier, and in my opinion, the best 2 restaurants in Aspen are either Mezzaluna or Jing.
Bingo on Mezzaluna, I'll give you that. I was never out there in the winter. I was only out there in the summer. I was out there in the summer of 99, the summer of 2000, then went back for a couple other visits, but lived out there for those summers. But Mezzaluna is amazing. I'm sure you hit Eric's Cigar Bar.
Oh, yeah, I hit Eric's. Yeah, actually, it's closed.
I know, I heard that. I was hoping that wasn't true.
We would go up there and play pool and smoke cigars.
Yeah, that's a shame. What a place.
That's a shame. Well, that's all I had to say, guys. Have a happy New Year, Mike and Tim and Doug and wherever Martin is and Chairman and who am I forgetting?
Jackson Burkett.
Jackson. Sorry, Jackson, my Mizzou guy.
God bless.
All right, thank you, Brett Stern.
Later.
I mean, it's just that's a wonderful phone call. That's just, we've been doing this show for 20 years, and that's probably the most usually the calls are just searing
In and
attacks
out.
on at least one of us.
Yeah. I could tell in his voice he was ready to go.
Like he was like legitimately just a happy person.
Sure. Yeah, it's like
that's not usually what we experience.
He hangs out at Aspen. He's got no reason to not be
exactly.
happy.
He's got
We're hanging out at like a lunch table, and the guy just drops in. Hey, fellas, love that Aspen.
I wonder if did Licks work X Games? Is that why he was out there?
I don't know why Litz was out there.
Winter X Games.
This guy wants to bottom for Michael. That's a Mr. Big Green. Doug, this is the kind of show where people come together to have private conversations on the air. That's a hunchback of on gas.
Yeah, kind of true.
Yeah.
So that could have been privately done, but he wanted to call it.
But it's like the flip side of, friends feel they can drop in at any time. Sometimes they're going to drop in with private conversations. Other times, you'll get Mr. Licks.
He's upset that the cigar bar is closing.
Yeah. Or the Festus from Pestus. Pestus, whatever.
Yeah, Pestus. And he likes the over alternate line of 60 today for Missouri and Iowa. I'm going to look that up and see if I might just fire a little taste on it now.
Yeah, you're going to get some plus money.
Oh, my goodness. For real, what do you think it pays? Like plus 800?
Yeah, I mean, you're increasing the total by almost what?
50%.
50%.
Yes.
Yeah, it's, I would say, I don't even know if most books will offer a 20-point boost on the spread. I think it'd be pretty exposed.
I'm going to look into
Maybe
this.
45.5. That would be, interesting. But even then, I don't know. I don't know about Iowa this year.
Oh, the line has moved. Somebody likes the Hawkeyes. It's down to just 2. And the over-under is at 40. So we're moving lines here today, Doug.
Okay, that's what we're doing.
Lines.
Yeah.
Alt spreads on the total points, if you're interested.
48, I bet, would be top of that.
The highest I can get is 42.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
See if somebody will take your bet on the passes from Festus.
Yeah, if anybody wants, I can get the under on 60 on Missouri and Iowa.
I can get it up to 50.5, and that's a plus 261.
Is that right?
That's still not good enough for me.
All right, Doug, we'll figure out our wagers here coming up on the program. Martin is vacationing in the Hamptons, but he was able to tell us about the great Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling before leaving.
Pretty simple, right? It gets hot out, you turn on the AC. It gets cold out, you turn on the furnace. What's not simple is the repair. We can all kind of mess around with a little project here and there, but not when it's the HVAC unit. You need the experts, and we're talking about Design Air. So if there is an issue with the furnace, especially this time of year, it gets cold, it's just not working right, get to the pros. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling. DesignAirService.com. Remember that website, DesignAirService.com. They work hard with their employees to make sure when they get to your home, they're there to do a repair. It's not a sales job. A lot of folks focus on the sales job. No, you need a repair. They're going to fix it the right way. Seth Goldcamp and the family have been doing this a long time, since 1904. This is a fourth-generation St. Louis business. We love hearing longevity. That means they're going to be here today, tomorrow for the long term. They're also the longest-running TMA supporter sponsor out there. How about that? TMA and Design Air going together for about a decade now. They're never going to upsell. Reputation is so important to them. Find out why it makes a difference. Go online. Set up your appointment at DesignAirService.com.
Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Comes your way at 10:45. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. It's TMA. This is 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Hey, what do you guys make of the uproar from Cam Ward sitting out the second half of the Pop-Tart Bowl? A lot of people saying he quit on his team and he's not NFL worthy. I think that's a stupid take personally. Curious your take. If you haven't already talked about it today, love the work you guys do. Keep it up. That's from Dusty Spunk.
Dusty Spunk. Good to hear from him.
Friend of the show.
Well, I don't know how.
Say his name in the Air Comfort Service text. The
Pop-Tart Bowl?
Yeah, Cam Ward. So I was with some guys. It was on the background. I don't want to make it sound like, hey, it's Saturday. Let's all get together and watch the Pop-Tart Bowl. But it was like 21-14, 6 minutes of gameplay in.
Yeah.
And the over-under going into the game was 61.5. And I go, I wonder what this damn thing's up to live betting now. It got up to 91.5.
Whoa.
And they were on track to crush that. They wound up not covering it, right? Because it was 42-41 final, Iowa State. And one of the reasons why, number one, Miami had zero interest in defense throughout the course of the year. So they were consistent there. Yeah. But had Cam Ward played the whole game, I don't doubt they would have covered that. Yeah. But he sat out the second half. Mario Cristobal, the head coach of Miami, said the reasons were private, but he broke the record for touchdowns in a career, correct?
For Miami guys, yeah.
And
no,
then
for anybody, not just Miami guys.
And he sat out the second half. So I don't know. This is the kind of thing that it's just in this era, it's going to be more and more commonplace. But if you were gambling and you knew that, Ooh, what a spot.
Well, that's just, again, like, be careful wagering on these bowl games that really don't mean all that much. But, if you're Cam Ward, I swear on this, because it was the Pop-Tarts Bowl, it would be different if it was like the Armed Service Bowl and he had sat out the second half of the Armed Service Bowl. But NFL scouts he sat out the second half of the Pop-Tart Bowl. I'm telling you, the name of it has something to do with.
Wow, that's a different take on a very takey talk.
At the end of it, they put a giant Pop-Tart in a toaster and it comes out a big cake.
As a Pop-Tart lover.
The head coach of Iowa State, Matt Campbell, is that right? That's the name of the head coach?
Iowa State? I honestly don't know.
You can't look it up or anything. We don't know.
We'll look it up tonight and come back with that information. As Matt Campbell. He took a bite out of it, and then he threw the icing at his team.
Oh,
I kind of like that.
No, I think it's terrible that a guy would quit on his team like that. I just think it's horrible. It's not in the spirit of any competition. Is that even a thing anymore? Is being a good teammate and trying to win a game for your school, does that even matter anymore?
When you frame it like that, yeah, it sounds awful, but you have to use the full context of this guy is trying to make as much money as humanly possible, and if he gets hurt in, again, the Pop-Tart Bowl, and he can't provide for his family like he might have been able to if he didn't play in it, how could you stomach that as a person?
No, why play at all then? You know what I mean?
To get the record. He wanted the record, and as soon as he got it, he was going to quit.
Yeah,
that's what it was about.
But what if he got hurt in that small window? You know what I mean? If you're not gonna, if you're gonna cut it off, I don't know.
Control what you can control, and you can control not getting hurt in the second half of the Pop-Tarts Bowl by simply not playing. And I don't blame a guy like him not doing that.
So it's all about the individual now. It's not about the team.
Well, it's always been all about the individual.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it has. It's all been about the guys making the money at the top, but they frame it as let's make it for the school and the university so that we can line our pockets, and now they have to share in the wealth.
There was a time in college football where players did not opt out of their big bowl game just because they might have an NFL career coming up. That's a relatively new thing. Or I'm not going to play because I might get hurt. That's a relatively new thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you see it all the time now, but it didn't used to be that way. People actually had some pride in wanting to win with their teammates and wanting to win for their school. That's gone. And it's sad. A lot of college football, what's happening is really sad.
I don't disagree there. But I also think you have to look out for yourself because who else is going to? I'm sorry, but the Pop-Tart Bowl does not mean that much in Miami's history. That game they played, I know, anytime you strap up the shoulder pads, it should mean a lot. But we have to look at things pragmatically, and I don't think pragmatically it's smart for Cam Ward to do that. To risk getting injured if you have an NFL career ahead of you where you're trying to provide for your family for the rest of their life.
Then why did he play the first half?
To get the record.
Okay, so it's all about him.
Yes.
It's all about the individual.
As I think it's been for a long time.
I don't know that
just
it has
framed
been.
Differently.
Nothing like it is today.
Whatever happened to Matt Corral? You guys remember Matt Corral? Remember him?
Was he the USC
Ole Miss quarterback?
Ole Miss.
He played in a bowl for Ole Miss at quarterback, got hurt, and then was like a mid-round draft pick. If he doesn't get hurt, may have been first round. That's from Driver Rob. For the record, Matt Corral, who is 25 years old, is now quarterback for the Birmingham Stallions of the UFL.
Okay. Well, then why play the bowl games at all?
Yeah, now you're getting somewhere, baby. Now you're getting. I mean, we just heard Eli Drinkwitz call it an exhibition. That's the head coach of the team.
So, well, you think it'll come to that at some point, and just say, we're going to stop playing these games.
The money runs dry.
Because somebody might get hurt.
If the money isn't there, if the TV ratings, and they decide, but it's all money. It's all the reason these games are going on. It's because of money, sponsorship, and advertisement. I get it. I don't blame the universities or the leagues for playing in them, but I also don't blame guys for being like, I don't want to get hurt in an exhibition game. Same reason we don't try your hardest in the All-Star game or the Pro Bowl.
The All-Star games have gone to hell, too.
Right, because...
But what I'm saying is it didn't used to be that way.
Right.
It used to be they played hard in the NFL Pro Bowl and the NBA All-Star game and the NHL All-Star. They did. They played hard.
I know. We also used to take horse and buggy to places, and then things change.
I don't know that that's fair.
Money changes. You go from making...
the money's so much bigger now.
I know.
But they were still making money back then. The guys were still getting rich.
But if you were the MVP of the Rose Bowl back in the day or the Orange Bowl, that was a really big deal, right? Now they opt. Like, what did Marvin Harrison Jr. opted out of the Cotton Bowl last year?
Don't bring that up around here. Believe it or not, I fully concur with Piddles on this. Don't blame the dude at all. That's Sharon and Clayton, your former nemesis. Now you guys are in an alliance.
I like how she can view things objectively. That's
Why
nice.
is she your nemesis?
I said something about Travis Hunter's girlfriend or something, and she didn't like my take.
What'd you say?
Well, I just say that's their business, and I want
Well, that doesn't seem so
let
bad.
kids be kids. Well, really perturbed some folks. But me and Sharon Clayton are good now, apparently.
You got past it?
Yeah, you can always, that's the thing, is with words, with communication, you can get through anything.
Hey, at least he's playing a half. Burden not playing at all. That's selfish. That's from the 618.
Would it be better if he didn't play at all as opposed to just playing the first half?
It would be probably less selfish.
Okay.
What's your thoughts on Burden not playing?
I totally get it.
I know you get it, but you're a Mizzou honk. Do you want him to play for
they
so
could
they win the
lose
game?
30-0 or win 42-0 today. It would not affect my opinion on where the Tigers are or have been. This today it's nice for the players to strap it up one more time, or for the people who love the Tigers like crazy to go have a little vacation in Nashville. Awesome for that. In terms of what it means for the program, absolutely nothing. That's where I'm at.
So you don't care if he plays?
No, not at all. I want him to be successful for the rest of his career, and if he could jeopardize that in this or the Music City Bowl, then I wouldn't be on board with that.
Fair enough. Again, America, you can choose whatever you like.
Bingo.
Some people like things, some people don't like other things.
Thank you very much for saying it. You can get involved on the program. Call in like Brett did. Brett's a friend of the feather, Doug, now. 314-974-0101. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, do I have any business I need to tend to? No? Okay, I can just go right to a break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, I don't want to waste Jackson's weekend wrap-up.
Okay.
So I want to see what we got.
Well, this is kind of a question.
Here's my... I know if somebody's strong or weak within the first split second of my bet at the pot.
The weekend wrap-up is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. There's Jackie Sports, who's just crushing game tape,
That's what
asking
you'd like your
deep
nickname
sports
to be?
questions.
I saw weekend wrap-up in the dossier, and I go, okay, I haven't gone to it. It's 10:26, time check, Clarkson Jewelers, and I don't want you to put things together and then me not go to them.
Well, and I appreciate that.
Now I'm picking up a read that there wasn't anything put together.
No, well, there's the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde of it, and I feel like Mr. Hyde. Well, Mr. Hyde.
No idea what you're talking about.
A pretty classic story, and
that was dismissive of you and your educational background.
I know the story, but the fact that how it relates to the sport.
In each person, there's two wolves. And Romulus, Remus, and I'm feeling like really letting it loose. And I saw an article yesterday about redheads feel pleasure, pain, and
this actually was prepared. This is in the dossier.
Yeah, and have more sex. And I was wondering, this just sparked in my mind, like,
this is the sports weekend wrap-up.
Who is America's favorite redhead, male or female?
Oh,
who do you think is America's redhead these days?
It used to be Lucille Ball.
I know, but now, like I'm saying, I don't know if we have an established American redhead. And anyone could answer out there in the ether.
Orphan Annie?
If Jessica Chastain comes to mind.
Not for the whole country.
Okay, well, then I asked the people, and you gentlemen, who do you think is America's favorite redhead?
America's
Carrot Top?
Ginger. Wow.
Carrot Top would have
what
to be
a question.
up there.
Yeah. Who's America's favorite redhead? And I don't know. I don't know where people are at.
Julia Roberts.
Is she a redhead?
I don't think that's...
She's a redhead, isn't she?
Well, then she'd be redhead. She's America's sweetheart.
I'm just spitballing here. I don't know. I think that might be better than Carrot Top.
I wasn't expecting this to be the question for the weekend wrap-up.
Carrot Top, I think, is the winner.
John Score says in the YouTube chat, it's Andy Dalton, Doug, the Red
Rocket.
Oh, could be.
Emma
Red
Stone.
Rocket.
Oh, Red Rifle. I didn't say that.
Rocket is a dog
Emma Stone's
situation,
good call.
Errors and omissions. Emma Stone? Is she a redhead? Yeah, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she'd be way up there. She'd be way up there. Probably over Chastain or Bryce Dallas Howard.
Carrot Top.
Carrot Top?
Yes. I think more people.
How many people do you think under 28 know who Carrot Top is?
It's just because you're uneducated.
No, I know who Carrot Top is.
Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing.
I know.
Jackson, explain to Doug what Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde is.
I know what it is.
I know who Carrot Top is. I'm saying, do you think most people under 30 know who Carrot Top is?
Well, I would hope.
Prop comedy hasn't really gained a lot of traction over the last 15 years.
Now he's insulting your comedic
really.
Oh, you don't
Danny
lie.
Bonaducci.
Danny Bonaducci.
Carol Burnett. Does she
Lindsay
qualify?
Lohan.
No, on Burnett or Lohan. Although Emma Stone might be the answer.
Remember when you thought Ryan O'Reilly was a redhead?
Oh, I thought he had like a little red ribbon through his hair,
Ryan O'Reilly of the Nashville Predators has a red ribbon in his hair.
Like his hair was dipped in cherry juice.
What?
What about Reba?
Who?
Reba McEntire?
Is that red hair?
Is she American?
This is my fault.
She's American? What?
She's American as apple pie, brother.
I don't know. I thought she might have been like sneaky Canadian.
Sneaky Canadian?
That exists.
Segment.
That exists. Like Seth Rogen is sneaky Canadian. Yeah, Reba
Conan
McEntire.
O'Brien.
Yeah, there's a reclamation of Conan,
When
which
I look
love.
at it says Christopher Columbus was a redhead. But he's no longer
He's
with
not
us.
American, though.
No, and he's not with us.
He has to be with us as part of the criteria?
I thought so. He said he
Kurt's
was
former
American.
coworker says Maitland Ward. I think that's live.
A guest of Pepper
Interesting
and Genie.
choice.
That was a guest of Pepper.
A prize guest at that.
Pepper and Genie. I was on that show.
How was it? Is that on the
Special.
resume?
It was special. Yeah.
Oh, they're losing their mind. The YouTube
Why?
chat.
Because they're bad at they're like Reba McEntire? Are they like demonstrative in the
Dr.
takes?
Xander Malanthrop says, "Is she American?"
She is. Confirmed. Oh, wow. Super American.
Do you
from
know
Oklahoma.
who she is?
Yeah. Right in the middle.
She's a country singer, right?
Yeah. And an actress.
Okay. Yeah, she might be up there. But I don't know. Can America's redhead be, approaching 70? I don't know. I'm not trying to be
now it's age
ageist. I'm not
discrimination,
trying
Doug.
to be.
Bless
I'm not trying.
America.
These are just facts. I'm just saying facts.
Are there any male redheads we've come up with here?
Conan.
At all?
Carrot Top, Conan,
Carrot Top's questionable.
Andy
Carrot
Dalton.
Top is big for me.
Andy Dalton, huh? Yeah.
Andy Dalton, absolutely. He's with the Carolina Panthers, America's team.
He's like with any time a guy goes down, Andy Dalton seemingly is on their team. It's like no matter what, Andy Dalton's there.
He's like the e-bug of backup quarterbacks.
He is. He's like every team has an Andy Dalton. All right, well.
How many people under 28 know to ask them a hole in the ground? That's from the 618.
There you go.
That might have been
lot.
geared toward you.
Most. I would say most.
Molly Ringwald.
Again.
Pretty in pink.
Like we're talking, if we're like 97.
1987,
maybe.
yeah.
16.
Bryce Dallas Howard, Ron Howard's daughter.
What about Ron Howard?
Bryce Chandler Hill.
Ron Howard.
He doesn't have any red hair left.
Does he?
I pulled up
Not
a list of
much.
famous redheads, and Rihanna is listed, so I don't know.
No, it can't be like dyed. I don't think she has natural.
It has to be
red hair.
natural.
Yeah.
So the
part
way
of the
you're
criteria.
shooting down all these possibilities, are you saying there are no redheads that represent the United States?
I just think it's a question that we have yet to address in like the last 10 years.
And they have to be alive still.
Well, yeah, if they're going to be the face of
Was
redheads.
there a president that was a redhead?
I don't think so. Was there? You're good with presidents.
I don't think Jefferson didn't have red hair.
All the pictures I've seen of him are in black and white.
Yeah. I don't know
Paintings.
that we've had a redheaded president.
Well, they're always in
Martin
powdered
Van Buren.
wigs. They were in powdered wigs for so long.
But he still had hair.
I know, but all you see in those powdered wigs. Should that come back too?
Yeah, I'd like to see that brought back.
I'll wear one tomorrow. Powdered wig. I might need one here in a couple of years.
Iggy's in the YouTube chat, and he says, "Learn used to be a redhead, Doug. So you got to learn mention."
Used to be.
Even with Iggy not here, 10:32, a learn mention
I love it.
comes in. Jackson, you just held up the sign. What was this for me?
Yes, sir.
100 West Dental, Dr. Brandon Pryor. He's been referenced on the program. And that's because he loves the Volunteers, Michael. He
does?
He does. Yeah, he's a big Vols guy. I know that was tough last Saturday in Columbus for him. 100 West Dental. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor, 100westdental.com. Let him know you're a TMA listener if you're to give him a call, and you're going to get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. The number is 636-585-0100. But you don't need to call. You can just schedule right now online at 100westdental.com. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. One of the very few dental offices that offer virtual consultations with the doctor. It's 100 West Dental. And if you don't have dental insurance, it's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. It's 100westdental.com and Dr. Brandon Pryor. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues lose last night. Back in action for the Winter Classic. That's coming up tomorrow. Puck drop at 4 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. But today you'll get the Music City Bowl. Missouri taking on Iowa. Kickoff at 1:30 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. Doug, the Los Angeles Rams are appealing a St. Louis Circuit Court decision that the dispute over the team's bid to buy a multi-million-dollar Earth City athletic facility for $1 should be heard in court and not before a private arbitration panel. I read from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. St. Louis Circuit Court judge denied the Rams' motion earlier this month to move the case to arbitration after a morning hearing on the lawsuit filed in October by the owner of the practice facility, the St. Louis Regional Convention and Sports Complex Authority. The Sports Authority's lawsuit seeks to void the Rams' $1 option to purchase what used to be Rams Park, where it once practiced, and the Rams quickly filed to move the case to arbitration, which was denied. The team's notice of appeal was filed on December 18th. The Rams contend the contract with the regional authority requires that disputes be settled in arbitration, not the legal system. So the Rams are fighting for this to be heard in court and not before a private arbitration panel. The Rams do not want it to be heard in court.
Be hard for them to get much of a fair trial in this town, I would think. But they won't rest until they just make every last soul in this area mad, so mad at Stan Kroenke that they could just scream. What do they really need in this? Does Kroenke really need that? Is he just being a jerk?
I got to tell you, if it's a letter of the law, it's the letter of the law. Should have negotiated better. That's where I am on it, even though I know that's a quote-unquote anti-St. Louis thing. It's a bunch of land, and he's got it, and they gave him the option. I know that's incredibly unpopular, but I'm incredibly unpopular.
I would think that's the way legally that'll play out, that they'll still get it.
Yeah.
But does he just have to be so hard-nosed all the time, forever, for a piece of land that he doesn't need? What are they going to do
turn
with
it around and spin it off?
Wiffle ball fields?
Ooh, not a bad idea.
It's a soccer complex now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going to take that away from the kids. Can't play soccer there because he wants to set up another business or parcel out more land.
Yeah.
That's what'll happen, I'm sure.
It's just an incredible lack of awareness of where you come from and where you came from. It's just, it's appalling to me. It always has been. Poor Dave Peacock. Poor guy.
Mm-hmm.
There is no secret plan.
There was a secret plan. You're
what
lying.
makes you say that? Doug will be coming up with the 9th anniversary of the...
So I could add a story to this. You're 30 for 30.
Oh, what do we got? You got something?
I don't know if we've ever talked about this, but it's pretty good.
Oh, what do we got?
So summer of 2014, I'm dating a girl who worked for the Rams. And she was a go-getter. She was a pretty good salesperson. She sold, ads and, she worked hard. And she would come home at nighttime and she would be pissed. And I'd be like, what is wrong? And she's like, we had a staff meeting today, a sales meeting, and all we did for 3 hours was play Sports Jeopardy in the meeting. Really? And I thought that was, not much thereafter. That was when they left, right?
The vote was January of 2016.
So that was, a year and a half before that. And it just goes to the whole thing of like, they're not trying, they're not working, they're hiring a coach that's a 500 career coach, among other things. I just thought that was very telling.
That they had already
given
moved on corporate sales because they know they're going to be leaving.
And this girl wanted to sell. She did well for him, and she was kind of aggressive, and she was mad on many occasions because they just wouldn't work.
Faith, character, core values, and team first.
None of that was true.
4 pillars.
None of it. Well, he may not have known.
Who could do the story on it? I mean, who can do the investigative?
Well, you're never going to get Stan to talk.
And of course not.
Off.
But Jerry Jones also would be important in the 30 for 30. Yep.
Yeah,
I just think by and large, like the outside world's like, yeah, St. Louis lost the team. You know, they were in LA before. Makes more sense. And be gone. Like, are people like crying for like the city of Oakland, who's lost every team they have? You know, I think some are, but in 10 years, will they?
Yeah, from a distance, you tend not to care much.
Unless
When it's your team,
right?
it
That's
hurts a
the
lot.
whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the
I
pain
wonder
of it
if
all.
those teams from Oakland were they as orchestrated to leave as the Rams were.
I mean, in the case of the Warriors, they went to San Francisco, so it's a little different there.
Okay.
But I mean, we've seen how the athletics thing is played out. You know, not necessarily the most the best organization when it comes to spending money or really putting out a great team.
But they couldn't get a stadium.
Right.
We had a stadium plan. We had a stadium and a plan to build another one.
But Kroenke had to put money into it. You know, it wasn't like it was going to be built for him.
Yeah, well, we live, Tim, in the crown jewel of the Great Plains.
How about that, Michael?
Why any team would want to leave here?
When you're out caddying, you ever hear about the crown jewel of the Great Plains?
I always say if we didn't have the Blues and the Cardinals, we'd be Wichita.
But we have them, and we're ranked right ahead of Omaha, Wichita, third place.
Well, the Cardinals right now, are you sure we have them?
God, they're not going to move out, are they?
Who knows?
No.
Season 2024. Sitting this one out.
That's Joe Buck's marketing campaign for this offseason, and they truly are. Jackson, Munganast is sponsored the 10 o'clock hour. That's right, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com, 314-252-0029. It's Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. And Michael Wellington's car is there getting serviced right now.
As we speak.
Before you head down south to Palm Beach County. And listen, I know if you had it your way, you'd stay here. But you're but you have to go.
I must
to Palm Beach County to golf and
just basically hide from the cold until our season starts.
You're just going to live there for a while?
Bang Bang Shrimp, probably.
I got about 12 or 13 days before our season starts.
There you go.
So you get an Airbnb or what?
I'm going to rent.
Yeah, and then he heads over to Hawaii, and then he heads over to Morocco. You fly back to the United States and then go over to Morocco? Is that how you do it?
We do Hawaii, come back for like 10 days, and then fly out of Miami to go to Morocco.
How about that? And you did that last year, right?
I've done it. This will be my third year going to Morocco. Let's be real clear about the situation in Morocco. Yeah. It's not like it's some phenomenal vacation trip where you're taking the family with you. Right. It's as I said in the break earlier, it's a city I would say similar to like a Detroit or a Cleveland.
Oh, so on the upswing.
It's Rabat.
Only it's 100 degrees all the time?
No, it's cold actually.
It is?
Well, it was the first two times I went. Like I had to wear a full rain suit. Layers. It was, let's say 40s in the morning and got up to maybe 60 tops.
Is it not in the southern hemisphere? I mean, just barely?
Now you're going over my pay scale. It's somewhere in Africa.
Northern Africa.
Yeah, it's on the Mediterranean hemisphere.
Right? Okay, all right. But just barely, right? I mean, it went the equator.
I mean, I don't know. Get out the map.
It's right. It's like a handful of miles from Spain.
Right. It's just south.
Yeah, it's not far from Spain.
Fair enough.
That's true. Just
I didn't say, I'm just over here. This is Mr. Hyde.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is a literary reference.
Yes, I know that.
Any of you hunks going to be at the Ritz for New Year's? I'm looking for someone to spank me with my husband's Codasco needlepoint belt in room 1203.
No fooling.
Good golly.
I'm the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom in Jackson. She has that monogramming business.
It's true. That seems like a time gone by when you just stop by a hotel, like at the bar, just have a drink.
Spank someone?
See who's staying in the hotel. Like just general hotel. Casual hotel visits seem like they've gone the way of the dodo.
And plus, wouldn't it be an MICDS belt at this point?
Yeah.
You guys seem to be acquiring more female listeners, it seems like.
Some about us.
Is that true?
Yeah, we're excited where we are with female listeners.
Ever since Doug got his BBL, we're really cooking.
Yeah, Doug got a Brazilian butt lift, as you know.
I did not know.
I did not know.
Since leaving TV, Doug got a hair transplant in the BBL.
I didn't.
Was the BBL expensive?
I didn't get one.
Dr. Miami.
We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up, then BK and Ferrario. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the morning after. Michael, what a delight it's been to have you in today.
The pleasure is mine.
My God. Safe travels to South Florida.
Thank you.
I think you're going to make it to Valdosta today.
Yeah? I hope you're right.
Valdosta / Gainesville is kind of my stopping spot. That's
right
a good haul.
Right at the Georgia-Florida border.
That's right.
I would love to make it that far. I'm just always concerned about what's going to happen when you get to Atlanta. And is it going to be elbow to elbow, bumper to bumper?
How fast do you drive? You drive?
I kind of drive like a grandpa, to be honest.
Do you?
I don't go real fast.
Smart play.
Got Peach Bowl fans in town, so you'll see a lot of Hook'em and a lot of Sun Devils as you make your way through.
Well, you got to think the Hook'em it'll be packed with Hook'em.
Yeah, they were just there a couple weeks ago. Back at it for more after the game against Georgia a couple weeks ago. Cam Jansen will be in for Martin tomorrow. Michael Wellington in today. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get to the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, Wedding Tackle wants to note Morocco is only about 700 miles from the equator. Ladue public schooling at its finest. That's from Wedding Tackle.
Well, I mean, relatively, 700 miles is in the grand scheme of the globe.
Hey,
It's
no
not
need
like
to yell.
a crazy amount.
All right.
You know, what's 700 miles from St. Louis?
Florida?
Mobile?
That sounds about right. Yeah, probably like Panhandle, right? Well, probably a little less than
Mobile
700.
670 miles.
There you go.
All right. So, I mean, that's not a crazy distance here to Mobile.
Don't get agitated.
Yeah.
Well, the Wedding
Stop
Tackle is the
yelling at
one
us.
who's poking the bear.
Okay.
I told you that was Mr. Hyde talking.
And Mr. Lick says the Clayton Ritz is embarrassing for this region. You cannot have anyone in from New York and let them see it or stay in it. Thank you, it's Mr. Lick.
Your
I'll send an
credibility
aspirin
is
for New
down the
Year's,
toilet.
Lex.
Yeah, you gotta wait till Q1 next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Watching the NFL yesterday, I noticed the Jets made a ton of mental mistakes. You know who doesn't make mental mistakes? Tim McKernan. And we were all blessed to be able to watch him. But all the redhead talk reminded me about the first time I saw man-on-man lovemaking. We were all over at my buddy Jimmy's house during Christmas break. His merchant marine Uncle Ralphie was in town. All man, all tatted up and scruffy facial hair.
I love when they're described as all man.
Had a Danny Bonaducci thing going on. You were attracted to Danny Bonaducci, dude?
No, I was not attracted to Danny Bonaducci.
That's good.
His name came up when we mentioned redheads.
Complete with the raspy voice. Next thing I know, I look over my buddy Butchie and he are just making out in front of everybody. And then Ralphie rips out his tank top, t-shirt, and goes all, Doug, do you call it maritime?
I don't call it that at all. No, I don't know what he's talking about.
Right full udder?
What?
As he filled Butchie's mouth.
Okay, that's enough.
Get him, Doug.
That's enough. That's plenty. Are you done?
Yeah, well, I mean, okay. His first name is Bud. He has a middle initial of N.
Bud.
And his last name, his family name is Jackson. So,
Jason. He's French. Jason.
good morning and salutations from the Twin Cities, Festus and Crystal City. I just wanted to suggest to Mr. Wellington that if he wants to grab a meal on his way to Florida, that he check out the Pasta House in Festus and ask for their special fettuccine Alfa Radio. Tell them the Pestus from Festus sent you. That's from Paul.
Paul! Strong.
They still got bottomless salad over there?
Probably, yeah. That sounds good.
I think so.
I like a bottomless salad.
I think it does.
I always enjoyed it, yeah.
Bottomless fries at Red Robin.
Yeah, and broccoli.
Not Yola, for the record.
No.
Today was the last straw. Jackson has to go. We can overlook the NBA chatter and hockey hatred, but we're sick of your uppity, wealthy dialect. Mispronouncing Muscatoli is simply too much for my heart to handle. This is St. Louis, Missouri, not Paris, France.
People definitely call it Mastacholi. I'm not wrong here.
We are provincial townies. We drive on Highway 40. We eat cornbread and wash it down with Busch Light. Stop trying to sound like you're not from here. You grew up with an above-ground swimming pool, for crying out loud.
In-ground, baby.
Either talk like a true son or move to Chicago so you can put tomato slices on your hot dog like you've secretly wanted to do your whole life. Moving on, did anyone catch the look on Jackson's face when Michael said he failed film class? If you were watching live on YouTube, you could see the translucent one turn a wider shade of pale at the mere thought of blowing off theatrical studies. Of course, Ladue Boy didn't have time to take film class in high school because he was too busy studying the Communist Manifesto and memorizing Jabari Brown stats. You better shape up and start playing some drops before KG Wally pips your pasty ass.
Oh.
So the JV golf coach.
JV golf
golf coach.
I definitely took film class in high school.
Ours is the type of presentation where a geriatric from Festus feels free to drop in at any time and offer his own bizarre pronunciation of muscatoli and then tell Doug to shut up for something he didn't even say. I bet Festus knows Reba McEntire is American and probably even knows who Brigitte Nielsen is without Googling her, unlike that fraud Libby Jack who claims to be such a big fan of Cop 2. Speaking of frauds, that licks call. Yikes. I was going to take last week off from emailing in, but after hearing Monday's sad batch of emails, I decided to email in Christmas Eve to highlight the similarities between Die Hard and Home Alone and how Holly McClane is Kevin McAllister's aunt in real life. Then around 10:20 a.m., Libby Jack named my alma mater as the worst school in America.
It's true.
To which I responded via text to tell remedial math boy to keep my alma mater's name out his damn mouth. I did not to pull over and revise my previous email to address Libby Jack's comment, not to mention his incessant whining about a stat correction that ended his sus fantasy team's Cinderella run. Mind you, Libby Jack had no grasp of the facts with regards to that stat correction and again showcased his problems with the math as he ranted and raved about half of a sack. Lib J eventually admitted this was really just about him making an ass of himself in the group chat after drinking too many Zimas, and I had to mute the group chat once he was on the losing end because he was such a fragile little soy boy. And apparently because I didn't interrupt my last minute of Christmas shopping to revise my email, Tuesday's email of the day was canceled. That's from Buck Swope, 2003 graduate of the worst school in America and reigning Snoop Dogg Bowl champions, Miami, Ohio.
Buck Swope.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah,
Well,
I think we only had one email, and so I just said, we'll just get out of here.
Yeah, I'll go for Buck Swope.
How do you not? Buck Swope.
Buck Swope is just one.
Okay.
The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Let me tell you about Munganess. Munganess St. Louis Acura.
I'm sorry, Design Air Heating and Cooling. I apologize. I forgot to change it up.
Let me tell you about Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Doug, that's Seth Goldcamp. You're a client. I'm a client. Martin's a client. Why doesn't everybody become a client as well? If you're running any issues with your heating system, go to designairservice.com. You'll be working with Seth Goldcamp, the longest running sponsor on TMA. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. And you run into any problems, they're going to take great care of you like they take great care of us. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, designairservice.com. I'm a client. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. They're the longest running sponsor on TMA. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Michael Wellington, in for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.